Good evening. Try it again. Good evening, everyone. Just waiting on our social media platform. It's good to see each and every one of you here today, your beautiful faces, your beautiful smiles. We thank you for being here in our town meeting and, of course, our ratification for two people who would have stepped up again to be the, I would say, Power Rangers. I don't know if you guys are old enough or young enough to know about the Power Rangers back in the day who really stood against, the things that were happening in the country, in the communities or whatever, but heroes who stood up and and we say again, thank you to our candidates who already been. Thank you to our president, our deputy leader, our national chairman. Thank you everyone for being here. And again, to you who allowed us into your home, thank you. Social media, thank you. Facebook, thank you. YouTube, thank you for having us. Okay, good evening. This evening, we come together not just as supporters and members of the Coalition of Independence, but as a community ready to shape our future. This is more than just town meeting. This is where our voices rise. Ideas are sparked and real change begins. Get ready to stay engaged and let us make tonight count. Yes. So I don't know, those of you who are out there during the asylum bill that was supposed to be debated in Parliament the other day, I don't know if any of you in the audience were there who stood up for our country yet again. We say thank you. We say thank you to our president and thank you to everyone who did not allow this to be swept under the rug, for another bill to be tabled and passed without the Bahamian people's position and without the Bahamian people's knowledge of what is going on in our country. Right. It's very important to be learned and educated about what is happening. And sometimes they use these big words and you don't understand. Yes. But it's okay because a lot of us now have ChatGPT and we have Google and we have all those things. And when those fail, we have Maria and we have all the other people who are able to educate us about what is happening in our country. And again, we say thank you, thank you, thank you for standing up for our people. Thank you for standing up for this generation and the next generation to come. When we look in the eyes of our children, we have some children here, we believe that we are fighting for purpose. We believe that we are fighting for the new Bahamas because the new Bahamas is in harm's reach. And we believe that we have it as the Coalition of Independence to not just be a part of Parliament, but to be the voice in Parliament who will make legislation, who will do the things and stand up once and for all for our Bahamian people. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you for all of the supporters. Everyone who went out there was not easy. It's not easy to stand up against some giants, but we believe in the Coalition of Independence that giants do come down. And we are thankful that God is the head and at the helm of everything we do. And we believe that our leader stands on that premise, that he stands in the midst of God and he speaks only what God tells him to speak. And he does what God tells him to do. And we are thankful for that, a man of God that stands up and speaks what God says the Lord. We can't say that to everybody in this country. We can't say that to everyone. However, we stand with our leader, we stand with his strength, and we encourage him even as we lift his hands, because sometimes the burden is heavy. Sometimes the burden is hard. It's hard to fight against things that have been going on for years and generations and generations. It's hard to break it down, but bit by bit, brick by brick, we will break it down, and we will give you a new Bahamas that we have dreamed about, that we are, that we will be proud about for generations to come. Again, welcome. So right now I'm going to have a little introduction of two candidates who came and they said, why not me? Why not me? Why not me? Because a lot of times people think it's easy to say, I'm going to do this. It's not easy. I want you to know it's not easy. It's not easy to stand up in the midst of everything that is going on in our country and say, oh, I'm going to do it. After you see the ridicule of people over and over who said they're going to stand up, after you see them following you, and after you see them digging and finding nitty things that probably had happened years and years ago, and they try to post them as things that are happening now, after you see that, you're like, you know something, I don't think this is something for me. But these people have said, you know something, forget about all that, forget about me. Because when you come into this place, it's not about you anymore, it's about God, and country. And we say thank you again for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. So I'm going to give you a brief synopsis about both of our candidates. Valentino McKenzie is a leader shaped by humble beginnings and driven by service. Raised in an urban community, he developed a genuine heart for the people and deep understanding of the challenge everyday citizens face. His career spans both in the public and private sector, giving him a broad perspective on how systems work and how they can work better. As the founder of multiple technology ventures, Valentino has built e-commerce platform, enterprise system, blockchain solutions, and national level digital infrastructure. Wow. His work demonstrates, yeah, say it again. Yeah, wow. His work demonstrates a proven ability to modernize outdated systems through smart technology and driven innovation. Widely respected for his authenticity, reliability, and long-standing record of service, Valentino has been showing up for the people long before stepping into the political arena, especially in moments of crisis and community need. His commitment is rooted in family, legacy of service, sacrifice, and national building, which continues to influence his mission today. Now leading several web development. Man, listen to me. This person is we have very extremely intelligent people. These aren't just people, we appreciate everyone that comes and stands with us, but these people are very qualified for these positions. Again, thank you. Now leading several web development and AI-focused companies. How many people know that this is where the world is heading in AI? Everything is AI right now, and we are grateful for someone in that position and in that arena. He is helping to drive entrepreneurship, empower local talent, and expand job creation across the country. Valentino McKenzie stands as a forward-thinking builder, grounded in community and dedicated to a better future for all. Let's give it up for him. Yeah. Yeah. And we have yet another. Dr. Jermaine A. Hicks is a devoted father, husband, and accomplished businessman. He is the owner of Modern Home Bahamas and Humanity Inter-Island Grocery Supply International, two enterprises that reflect his commitment to innovation, community support, and national development. As a seasoned veteran politician, Dr. Hicks is known for his steadfast heart for the people, one that never wavers. His leadership is grounded in compassion, service, and deep sense of responsibility to the communities he represents. Guided by his favorite scripture, Ezekiel 1:9, there is no new day under the sun. Dr. Hicks carries a perspective shaped by wisdom, humility, and enduring faith. Let's hear it for Dr. Hicks. Thank you so much. At this time, we will have regards and we will have the charge by our national chairman. And I don't take this lightly when people come to serve, because that's what you came to do. You came to serve the people. This is a sacred moment. This is a sacred moment for our people. This is a sacred moment and an oath under God. This is a moment that people stand up, but you speak to God himself and tell him, you've chosen me and I'm going to go forth. So I believe this is a sacred moment. I believe this is a divine moment. And I believe that these people are going to go forth with power and authority that God has given them himself. So we're going to welcome our national chairman as she takes the charge and she gives them the oath and she tells them, you know something? This is what we expect you to do. But you know, our national chairman is a warrior princess herself. She's going to charge both Mr. Valentino and Dr. Jermaine Hicks. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening to everyone that is present, to those that are streaming online, our supporters, family, and constituency teams, and every citizen listening near and far. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tonight is the night of purpose, of conviction, and to move forward. Tonight, we do not just celebrate candidates. We officially ratify and endorse leaders who are prepared to fight for the new Bahamas. Remember, the Coalition of Independence was not born for ceremony. We were birthed out of need, out of injustice, out of the cries of the Bahamian people who felt forgotten, unheard, and most importantly, unprotected. And it is for those people, the everyday man, the struggling mother, the ambitious youth, that we stand tonight to confirm two strong, capable, and committed men for national leadership. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you would have heard our host speak on Mr. Jermaine Hicks. I would like to welcome Mr. Jermaine Hicks up to the podium to give you a brief summary of himself before we make the official ratification. Mr. Jermaine Hicks.
To our leader, President, Madam Deputy, and to all the beautiful wife here in the company, and to all of those who are watching, who expect the best from this party at all times. I come to say today that this is a crucial time in our juncture as Bahamians, because it does matter who we choose this next election. Yeah. We are being confused for so long as a country. We are being separated and divided as a country simply because the PLF and MP chosen to take advantage of our society and our people, the most beloved amongst us. They have tried but now failed, and pushed us to the point where we have to take back our country. Yeah. They are the number one and the biggest generational curse in our country. And the whole world knows this. You know, I want to say some things about me, but I think the Bahamas is a clannish community, so everyone knows it. I'm not new to politics. I'm not new to doing what I do for people. But I would say this. I feel a sense of urgency to make persons understand where we are heading because of the PLF. I witnessed young girls as young as 12, 13, 14, you know, being proud, emulating, and trying to be a part of what they see on social media. Yeah. Women cursing out women. Okay? For just standing and being leaders. Who just want to be able to come out and say, guess what? This is what we are prepared to do and fight for government workers for Bahamians. It's wrong. And the crime minister needs to understand that he is wrong for protecting those persons and sending them out as being a coward. You know, you stand in one breath and would say that you don't want to discuss or sit down with persons who basically making noise or cussing or whatever. No, that's not true. But just that you endorsing persons to attack others, it's wrong in our country. This is the time now that we move above that, beyond that, and start to go back to Bible base. You know, start being on the people, start to love one another. You know, the cost of it is too high in our country. It's too high in our country. You know, especially for my car. I have to speak it. Yes. You know, I would say this in Inagua itself. You know, there is Modern Salt, and they have only the largest food store there. They produce the salt there from right next door, but yet still sells a box of salt to the residents for $5. Okay, that's like somebody coming in my yard, teaching my coconut and coming back to me to sell it to me. Okay, it's a crime. This is why I can say from the beginning to now, for the past 2 years, we only had crime in the system. Elections, it's just about the experience and not about what it is that we need to sit down and take serious for our future. So I say to all of us in here, I say to everyone up there, this is the time now to move above that. Move above that. Yes, there's only 2 major political parties in this country. the PLFNMP and the COI. So it's time to make a decision. It's time to understand that we need to move forward with next step. And if we don't, we're going to go to another turmoil where this country is stripped away from us. It is being sold every day. A $6 million property you trying to sell for $1.5 million? That's a slap in the face, and going down to the very end, they take it. I bring some news to the leader earlier today, and I said, leader, it's a lad, but we have to fix this. Let me get back into this. In the past 3 weeks, in Lands and Survey, one of the most highest officials in this country, nephews just got 2 acres of property. Okay? No question. In the past 6 months, one of the other nephews got 15 acres. But they say there's nothing here. They said there is nothing here in New Providence. Okay? It's wrong. We have places who are burned down, families who are on the street, you know, who have applied for years and has never gotten anything because they are a part of the PLF and everything. We need to change that. We need to fight like it's never before. And this is why, yes, people might say, well, Hicks, you was there, whatever, but I'm glad I learned. I'm glad I wake up. I'm no longer asleep. I just a lot of my former colleagues will wake up. Okay? Because all of the things that they said about the PLF and FNMP in the past hasn't changed and it's gotten even worse. So people, I love you. I thank you for your support. My God, I'm going to be there. I love you. And it's time to come.
Not only. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from Mr. Jermaine Hicks. Mr. Jermaine Hicks is he was an outstanding perspective. And this is someone that we strongly believe that would advance the movement for the Coalition of Independence, and not only the movement, but bring change. So without further ado, I know he jumped the gun and he said, which constituency? You know, that was supposed to be a surprise. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like to officially introduce to you the ratified candidate for the constituency of Micah. Thank you so much. Give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue on, again, my lovely host also spoke about someone, Mr. Valentino McKenzie. Mr. Valentino McKenzie, now I know you all don't know which constituency he is being ratified for. We can keep it secret.
Amen.
I'm glad you all don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call Mr. Valentino McKenzie up. He's going to share a brief message with you, and we're going to move forward with the ratification. Don't tell them, please.
Well, she told me to say my constituents, but I'll give everyone a hint. The constituency that I will be ratified for would be the constituency that both the TLP and the FNM have neglected. So I think everybody knows what that is. But I would like to thank the people from that constituency who encouraged me to step forward and be here today, because I was unsure whether or not I wanted to step forward, put myself in the public light, and they encouraged me to tell me step forward. So
yes.
Today.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Valentino McKenzie, the official ratified candidate for the great constituency of St. Barnabas. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bean, if you would like to come up, please. So ladies and gentlemen, tonight we officially ratify Mr. Valentino McKenzie, candidate for the great constituency of St. Barnabas, and Mr. Jermaine Hicks, candidate for the great constituency of Michael. We endorse, we believe in these men, and we send them forward with full authority under the banner of the Coalition of not symbolic. This is an assignment, a mandate, a call to action to our newly ratified candidates. Where this thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
So ladies and gentlemen, again, please give our candidates a round of applause. May God continue to guide you both and strengthen you in this mission. We are a team and we are here for one mission, and that is the journey to the new Bahamas. Once we understand the vision, we can understand the mission. People are depending on us and they are counting on us to do what is right and what is necessary. It's time for the new Bahamas. Amen. So ladies and gentlemen, now we are here for the big reveal. Every day with the Coalition of Independence is a learning experience. And we can see the growth out of all of us as we continue to move forward to the new Bahamas. Before we go further, I would like to bring up our deputy leader, Dr. Veronica McIver. She's going to share a few words with you. Deputy.
Just before our deputy leader, our beautiful deputy comes up. Know that God is in the fabric of everything that we do. And all of my excitement, because I'm going to take it, we did not pray.
Yes.
So we go open in prayer and we're going to ask our eloquent member of parliament. Oh, I'm sorry. And those of you who are connected to the internet, if you don't mind, if you can disconnect so we can have a flow of the internet, because you know how this thing goes. We need the power, the flow, and the internet to flow as best as possible so that those are in our viewing audience can see it without static and all of that kind of stuff. So if you could just come on, please. We'd appreciate it. And we're going to bring our eloquent Mr. McQueen, our member of parliament for the Nassau Village constituency. If you don't mind, can you all stand? And as we do that, I am just going to give you a little announcement as well. The funeral service for the brother and father of Stephen McQueen, Nassau Village candidate, will be the same Mr. McQueen who was coming up, will be this coming Saturday, the 13th of December, 2025 at Bible Truth Ministries off Cowpen Road at 2 p.m. So we're asking everybody who can, please attend. We want to support our brother even as he is grieving. We know that God has him covered and protected, and we believe that the peace of God that passes all understanding will rest and abide with him and his family. Mr. McQueen, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone watching. Let's bow in a brief word of prayer. Eternal God in heaven, Father, you are the great I am. You are the all-wise God. You are the only God. And Father, we give you praise. We give you glory for all of your great works and for your guidance of our lives and this movement. Father, we thank you for those who've just stepped up, Mr. Hicks and Mr. McKenzie, to be ratified and to carry on the work, the fight for our country.
Yeah.
I ask, oh God, that you grant them strength. I ask, oh God, that you grant them wisdom. I ask indeed, oh God, that you continue to be with each candidate, all of our supporters, and that you preserve us, you protect us, and you go before us and surround us with all of your love, all of your power, all of your might. Father, take note of the enemy. the enemies of this nation. Take note, O God, of their plans, of their thoughts against us. And act, O God, according to your will for the preservation of our people. Father, I pray, O God, that you continue to bless this movement, taking us into the new Bahamas, and that you will be glorified both now, then, and forevermore.
Amen.
Father, I thank you for your love that you lavish upon us always. And I ask, O God, for your continued mercy. Cause us to learn from any mistakes, to grow stronger, to develop wiser. Bless our leadership. Bless those, O God, who pray for us, who might not be with us physically, but who pray for us, who have us in mind and heart, and keep them. Pour a blessing upon our people so great we cannot contain it. I pray, O God, your blessings upon the continuance of this effort here tonight, this what we are engaged in. Pray that you continue to guide us. We need you. We can do nothing without you. This is your handiwork, as you have promised. If we walk in your will, you will never forsake those who do so. Direct our steps. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. And now words from our Deputy Chair, Miss Veronica McGyver, the beautiful, the strong, courageous Veronica McGyver. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good evening to everyone here tonight. I must say, I just want to take time out to say congratulations to the two new candidates. I heard your bio and I'm quite impressed, and I know that you will do well. I am so happy that they are on board with us. This caravan is going to the New Bahamas. Now, sometimes it may not be an easy road to the New Bahamas. I think there are going to be obstacles. We have hills to go over. We may have lakes to go through or whatever, but stay the course.
Yeah.
There's a thing in the Bible that says faith without works is dead. So what I want you to do is to have faith first and foremost, but you must also work. Because you can't just have faith and don't do any work. So you have to stay the course. You have to have your strategy in place. You have to work hard. And let me tell you something. You've got to put the time in. We have about 6 more months left. This is a fast-paced dash for it. And I just need y'all to hit the pedal to the metal and let's go, okay? I just wanted to also touch briefly on Iram Lewis. I just want to tell Iram Lewis, I know he's in Freeport, thank you for crossing the floor. And you know why I say that? That's why we are here today. If it wasn't for Iram, we would not have had the knowledge that the smuggler's bill was on the agenda for Wednesday. We know it was tabled in October, but a lot of us still did not know that. But by him being a parliamentarian, they would have had to have given him the information, and he would have told us. Imagine if he was not with us. That the first reading of that bill, and there's usually 3 readings before they vote, that who knows, by December that bill would have been passed. But you know what? We serve a mighty God. And that God had Iram to cross the floor for such a time as this. Yes, and I believe that Iram circumvented what could have been a disaster for our history. Yes. That being said, let me take the opportunity to thank our leader, Mr. Lincoln. Hey. As you know, Mr. Lincoln Bain was made for this dispensation. Whether you like it or not, he was made for this dispensation. We have a government. Now, this is my opinion. This government almost operates mafia style. A lot of corruption. And so you need a person like Mr. Bain to fight that system.
Yes.
So I thank Mr. Bain and I support him 1000%. I can't think of no one else at this time who could take that charge with this system that we have in place now. Now, I know before we get into the meat of the town hall meeting, we're going to be talking about the smuggler's bill, but I wanted to lend my contribution before they get into the meat of it, because when I read it as a layman, a citizen. I'm not an attorney, I just read it. And when I was reading it, for the first maybe like 10, 15 paragraphs, I was like, okay, what's the big deal about this bill? Everything seems normal. So I agree with 90% of it. But when I got to one part, that part bothered me so much. I say, you know what? I have to speak out on this. Listen, the part that bothered me the most was when they said they wanted to give definition. Conspiracy is a secret plan of agreement between two or more persons to do something harmful, illegal, or wrong. Let me give you a couple examples. You have a drug dealer. He comes to shore. He offloads his with the stuff that he has, and he gave it to someone to sell for him. They conspire to disseminate those drugs.
Yes.
Two should be charged. You may have somebody who have a bad check, him and another person. They wrote a check. They know that that account doesn't exist at the bank, but yet they went to a store and they try to buy something. The two of them are just culpable the same amount. And the last one that everybody could understand and affiliate with is if you go to do a robbery. One goes in the store with a gun or whatever he has to do. One is a getaway car. Well, both of them are culpable. Both of them are liable, and they conspire together. So under normal Bahamian law, anyone assisting or encouraging or participating in an illegal act is part of the conspiracy. Charging only one person in a conspiracy is inconsistent with Bahamian principles. Now, you may ask, well, what is the backlash if this bill goes through as is with no changes? I wrote down three things. One, it'll be a safe landing spot for a lot of migrants.
That's right.
Two, let me tell you what it'll do. It'll accelerate illegal migration, in my opinion.
Wow.
And the third, believe it or not, it will incentivize migrants to attempt the journey. Because if you know you get to a place, and if you know they catch you, but you're not going to be charged, you're more tempted. They're going to clothe you, feed you, give you medical care, and then send you back. And they'll probably pay to send you back. What you got to lose?
Yeah.
Nothing to lose.
Win-win.
Now, don't get me wrong. I know that there are some people in here who are familiar with human rights
Yes.
and the United Nations. I get it. We have to be compassionate for
Yes.
migrants. We believe in giving them food, shelter, healthcare.
Send them back.
We do that now in the detention center. Okay? But humanitarian care does not have to mean no accountability. And another thing too, in a small island state like the Bahamas, why are they even contemplating words like asylum or whatever? We are not like America, Europe. Those countries are first world countries. They have a lot of resources. We are a third world country. We cannot sustain asylum in a great amount, maybe in one or two cases, perhaps, I don't have a problem with that. But in a massive way, we cannot sustain that. And so we, like I said, the Bahamas has a special fingerprint. You cannot put us in the same category as those big countries like America and Europe. It cannot be done. So as I close, I want to address the Attorney General, but I'm sure my leader and I'm sure Sean Gardner, they will address the Attorney General, but I wanted to do it personally myself. I submit that this bill in its present form is incomplete, it's imbalanced, and it's inconsistent with the principles of justice. It inadvertently creates a partnership between the migrant and the smuggler, one where the migrant is rebranded as a victim, while the smuggler bears all the blame. We should hold all parties accountable when they conspire to break the law. That principle must not be abandoned today. I urge the Attorney General to amend this law to restore fairness, uphold our sovereignty, and protect the Bahamian people from the unintended and the very consequences that will follow if we allow this loophole to become law. I rest my case.
Thank you so much to our deputy leader. And of course, we have capable people. I want you to, first of all, if we can check our phones, and if we can please put them on silent or vibrate, we'd appreciate that, doing some station identification. And also, could you please check your phones again and make sure that you are not on the Wi-Fi. We'd appreciate that as well, because this next segment, we don't need any hiccups or anything. All segments were important, but this one, we don't need any hiccups, distraction, anything in this segment. So please take out your phones and check, and let's just make sure, not that I don't trust you, let's just make sure, because we have the evidence at the right of me, your left, that you are not connected to the Wi-Fi, and we've done our job, okay? Now we're going to have the conversation of this bill that they didn't want the Bahamian people to know that was going to be passed. And we are thankful for, again, our Member of Parliament, Mr. Lewis, who did what he had to do. And like I said before, it is for God first and for country. There is no I in this. There is no me. If you have to be the sacrificial lamb, then so be it, because it is, again, for God and for country. So right now, we're going to invite three, amazing people who are going to talk and who are going to share and who are going to educate us about what is happening, what we need to do as Bahamian people to stand up, stand out, be strong, and not falter under the guise and the stuff that they will want to project to you, to tell you that this is this. I don't know if you know this, and I'm going to say this is my opinion. When they talked about it and they were bashing, why do you have to read from a script if you know what is happening in this bill? Why are you so nervous? And the person was so sweaty. I thought, I didn't know if they had on the air conditioner or what was happening. It seemed as if you were very nervous, but the Bahamian people are not blinded anymore. We are not an ignorant people anymore that you thought we were, because something, people just didn't stand up and they didn't want to ruffle any feathers. But we will ruffle every feather. We will stand up. We will stand up in Parliament. We will stand up in the front of your home if we have to, because we are walking into the new Bahamas. What are we walking into? What are we walking into? And that starts now. And it's something our national chairman always says. People often say the Bahamas is finished and this is Narnia and all that kind of stuff. Your words are powerful. Your words take on listen, they take on form and they go to accomplish. The Bible says the word go to accomplish that which you set it out to do. So right now we speak that the Bahamas is not a third world nation. The Bahamas is a first world nation. We declare in the atmosphere that the Bahamas is strong, that our people are strong, and that we are coming together, and we are together as a first world nation who believes and who will stand up for truth, who will stand up for honesty, and who will stand up for the justice of the Bahamian people all around. And we stand strong with our leader. We stand strong with our deputy leader, and we stand strong with our national chairman, who will stand up. Listen, they stand up, they go to jail. They don't care. They still on bail, some of them. But we stand with them, and we're not going to allow them to go alone this time. We're going hand in hand. And we want to welcome also Mr. Brian Roll, who did an exceptional job. He's still rolling the phone. He's still rolling with rolling. We encourage you in TV land or social media platforms. If you have not registered to vote, please go and register. Go and register to vote. Yesterday we were walking, and a lot of people said that they haven't registered. We need you to go and register to vote. Your little ink, your little whatever, it counts. It counts. If we're going to change this country, we need you to go and we need you to do the job. Like our deputy leader said, faith without works is dead. We could speak and we could talk all we want, but if you don't get up and you don't go and do what it is that you need to do as a people of this great country, then we would be back to the same place. And we don't need to be back to the same place. We don't need to make a 360. A lot of people get that mixed up. We don't want to make a 360. We want to make a 180. We want to go to a place that we've never been before. We want to go to the promised land, and we are walking into that promise even now. So again, if you haven't checked your phone to make sure you're not on the Wi-Fi, please do so. Take out your pens, your papers, your phones, go in your notes, and let's take notes to know what it is that we are saying to the people about this asylum bill. And who is going to come on the stage to join me right now? The incomparable, the warrior, Miss Maria Daxon. Yes, ma'am. Who's always fighting? Who's always fighting for the Bahamian people? Always a beautiful princess. And also Mr. Sean Gardner, aka Blackmail. Going to come along as well. And he's going to join us. And we know the man of business, the man with the information, the man who always educates us every day, every week, and sometimes late and early in the mornings. You get that ping, ping, ping of what is happening and what is going on. Our leader, our president, Mr. Lincoln Michael.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for turning out in goodly numbers so that we can together educate our Bahamian people. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is in a serious crisis, a serious, devastating crisis. We've been saddled with an immigration crisis for far too long now, and it's time for us to fix this. Every nation has its borders, and every nation has to secure its borders. Every nation has its sovereignty, and every nation has to safeguard its sovereignty. It is a matter of national security, and we have to protect it. Now, first of all, I want to congratulate those candidates who were here today. I'll start with Mr. McKenzie. He's going on to St. Barnabas to take that away from Shannon on Cartwright. Shannon on Cartwright is already running, so that will make it a little bit easier for you. I don't know where he's going, but ready, stay or go. we want St. Barnabas to go black. We want that to go this. He, of course, is a computer expert like myself. We've attracted so many of them. People with all kind of computer degrees to look right for the Bahamas. Could definitely be a futuristic country moving forward. We have qualified people leading the charge to take our country where all other countries are going. So many countries around the world are moving forward. Ours is moving backwards. Come on, man. When you have a nation like Haiti building freeways, and we can't even pass potholes, we're going backwards. And so we gotta fix this nation, and that's what we're gonna do. And we have the qualified people to do so. And guess what? No, they are not the typical names that you know from politics who've been ruining this country all these years. These are persons who are qualified Bahamians who want to make a change. And so Bahamians have a decision to make. You can stay with those people who have been destroying this country, you know. You can stay with these names that you know about and let them keep destroying this country, or we can try something different. I think it's time for something new. I'm talking about develop a lot of software in the Bahamas. The software that Bahamas Local is on, he developed that software. That's correct, right? Yeah. Yes. And so he's a very qualified, very, very qualified person. We're looking forward to transforming our nation and making this a e-nation. A e-nation where you don't have to go in line for anything in this country anymore. Right? You can, the police can, when they pull you over, they don't even have to pull you, they can run your plates and they can tell if your car is licensed, they can tell if your car is insured. They don't have to tell you, give me your insurance. They should already know. And so we're gonna have one system that's gonna deal with all of this stuff. We're gonna have one card that can deal to transform this nation. Of course, that's for another sitting, another event. But we are gonna transform this nation, and we have the qualified people to do so. So my brother, welcome aboard. Welcome to the New Bahamas. I also want to welcome someone I've known since I was in my early 20s or probably even a teenager. I don't even remember. Mr. Jermaine Hicks. Mr. Jermaine Hicks is a businessman. He has done a lot of business in China, et cetera, in the Bahamas, all around the world. And so he's a qualified gentleman. He goes to Michael a lot to do business. And so he's seeing the changes that needs to happen there. And he's decided to put himself forward. Now he's ran for the DNA in the last election. I think he had their best campaign going. He's a very disciplined man with a very good campaign. His campaign was better than a Renkion, to be honest with you. That's one of being executives in the background, former executives saying, oh yeah, he had a very, very impressive campaign. And so we think that he is going to bring a lot to this party, very intelligent, and a man who has a lot of integrity. All right. And so, my brother, welcome aboard. Welcome to the New Bahamas. And so, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we got some work to do today. All right. So, thank you all for spending your evening with us. But there's no more important place than you could be today and right now. Because they are trying to destroy our nation. They are trying to sell this nation out. And we gotta fix that. It's very important what we're gonna do today. All right, so this may take some time, but there are a lot of Bahamians on here right now, watching from all over the world, and they wanna know what's going on. And that's why I brought our one of our attorneys in our party, Ms. Maria Doxson, and you all know she don't play, right? No. All right, and I brought a man that I respect very much. He's able to break down the law for the Bahamian people, and so it makes my work a lot easier. And so I brought Mr. Blackmail. And so once I have turned it over to them, this will be Blackmail show today, and we'll be contributing. All right. All right. So you can handle that. You ready? All right. But ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say before we get started, I had an interesting meeting, an unintentional meeting with Michael C. Pintar today. I have, don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. I am coming over well. You don't want no one who's a part of the problem. No, I ran into him in the food store today. Like everyone's in the food store today. You ran into which food store? That's where I met him. I haven't missed you when I see him. Saw him there. Okay. I didn't see you, but I ran into him 3 times. I was following this young man, following me. And so I was walking through the aisles with the Sparking boys always, you know, they come with me, they help me shop and that kind of stuff, because I tip them heavily. That's how I give back every week. And so they come and they pick up all the stuff for me and make sure I'm straight. And so we passed Mr. Pintar. And so I decided to be the man and I hailed him first. Because God said you got hailed even your enemy. God read my mind. And so I said hello to him. And he wasn't looking, he started to say hello, and he saw me, his whole countenance changed. And even the Barker boy noticed that. His whole countenance changed. And so I said, hey, you know, how you doing? And he just looked at me. I said, Pintar, why don't you say something about that asylum bill? You all ready for the answer? You all ready? You all sure you're ready?
Yeah.
I said, why aren't you saying anything about this asylum bill? He said, because that's our bill that Philip Grave Davis is trying to take credit for. And when we get in, if they don't pass it, we can pass it. Yeah. If I was the eyes with the canned goods, I might get in trouble. But I think I should the right side. No, but on a serious note, that really disturbed me. But guess what? He's right. They were the ones who brought this bill forward, the Minister Pintar cabinet, in 2018. That was their bill, that asylum bill. And they have the reason, you notice how they're not saying anything, right? The reason they're not saying anything is because them and the PLP working together. Either one to bring it or the other one to bring it. I walked off and left him. We ended up walking again through another aisle. And he started to have some choice words to me. He started to say, oh Lord, I hope I into that in freaking out. Let me just make sure. I don't want to wonder. I'll just bear a second. I see some strange things happening. All right. I just want to make sure this is still good. Okay, so I hope it's doing well. Okay. Looks like it's doing well. All right. So, but ladies and gentlemen, I decided to just let him, talk and say what he had to say, and I walked off and I left. The parking boy was like, wow, he's really angry. But I could understand. They know their time is short. But ladies and gentlemen, I say that not to bring him up again. I say that because I want you to understand that what Mr. Hicks said is right. He calls them the PLF and MP. But that is the truth. When the FNM brought this bill, the PLP did not object to it. Grave Davis was the opposition leader. They did not object to it. The FNM, because of us and other persons speaking out, they couldn't do it anymore. And so what they did, and see, that's from 2018, couple years. They don't care, they trying to outlast us. They didn't think COI would have still been around. They didn't think Lincoln Bay would still been around. And so that's from 2018. And so they waited And then they came out of power, and then the PLP announced that they was bringing it back. Google it. They said they bringing it back, but they could separate the asylum part. And then they came and brought another funny bill and brought the asylum in it, and we had the protest on Boston Square.
Yes.
And they pulled back again. They tried to even say that there was no bill. They don't know what we're talking about. Remember that? Yeah. They played step. And that shows you that you can't trust them. And then they came back and they tried to put this bill while we were all busy campaigning on October 15th. They just came with a consortium of bills and just tabled the bills. That was slippery, because what happens every week is in order so that we can have one policy and we can assist and do whatever we have to do, Aaron Lewis would send whatever bills are going to be dealt with on that Wednesday. He would send it to me and to other astute persons in our party, especially depending on what the bill is about. And then we would come together and see, what we're going to put forward. But he sent those to me, It was a consortium. We were busy, didn't see it. And so they decided they were going to debate it today. It was already tabled. That didn't even, no one paid attention. Thank you. They decided to start debating it, and they could have debated that and passed that the same day, Wednesday. And that was the plan. And let me tell you something. I don't sleep. I was exhausted, tired, trying to rest, because I had no rest from nobody today. Every day, people still got me everywhere. And I was laying down on the couch. Lord said, go feed up it. That's right. No joke. Go feed up it. I went, and I started to look at the bill. Okay, this looks like a smallest bill. I read through the first part of it. When many people know you got to keep reading. That's right. They like to hide it in the back, because they know we don't like read long. And so I started to read through it. Then I saw this funny word, non-refoulement. Right. All right. And when I saw non-refoulement, I said, hold on, I remember this from law school. Thank you. I remember this from international law. That's right. And European Union studies, to be exact. I said, hold on, this word, I've never seen this in our law. Let me look at this. And I said, what's going on here? And I started to read it, and I saw what they were doing. And then I started to see another. I said, this bill word, non-refoulement. That's a curse word. Because that will curse the Bahamas. That will be a curse on our people and our nation. Non-refoulement is a cuss word. You see that in our law. The reason is because we are surrounded by countries with millions of people. If Cubans hear this bill is passed and they decide to start flooding us, even while they're in international waters, they'll be able to just come to the Bahamas, because their intention was to come. That's how the law changing it to. All right? Not just in Bahamian waters, in international waters. Before they get here, they can go and grab them and say, hey, come, you're safe and brave. All right? And so that's the problem. And so that woke me up and made me aware that we're in trouble. All right? I just want to bear with me for one sec. I want to show you these diabolical people. Fred Smith, Ruby Georges, and these others went to the UN and lied on our nation. All right? They went to the UN and lied on our nation about what was happening here. And I want to show you that. The Bahamian people need to see them in action. I got a video of them lying on our nation. And Damien Gomez had to go before the UN on behalf of the government and say, UN, these people lying. This what they saying, that ain't happening in the Bahamas. I mean, they lie. Treasonous statements about the Bahamas to the UN. To the government, if you all mess with them, We're going to take seriously. The woman said it. Touch them. Because it's a human rights situation. But then people don't care about human rights.
Right,
They care about Haitian rights.
right.
And they care that they want anarchy in this country.
Very good.
And we have to stand up to this nation.
Right.
I'm going to play this. I'm going to try to play it and fast forward so we can go quickly. But I want you to hear them. Fred Smith went there with another Haitian man. Fred Smith talked. And then the Haitian man talked. And then Damien Gomez had to come and say, but I got the pictures. I got everything here. They lying. And that's the only reason they was able to be stopped. Because remember, first it was the PLP going after them, not the PLP partnering to them. All right, to make money. I want you to watch this. Just bear with me. I've never played it like this before, but just bear with me as I try to put this on the big screen so you can see it and so the gaming people can see it. Because this is troubling. All right, make sure you're sitting down. Everyone here sitting down, right? Okay, don't blame me. And so after this, the UN even came over to have a symposium, a seminar for our people. I can start with the seminar before I start with them. They came over here to tell us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And this happened before your eyes, and you're seeing it too. Yeah, let's go.
The United Nations High Commission for Refugees is hosting a 4-day training program here in the Bahamas at the Paul Ferguson Center.
And as Jared tells us, it focuses on the controversial issue of refugee protection and statelessness.
With so many immigrants coming to our shores, some fleeing their homeland for safety reasons, the United Nations Refugee Agency wants to ensure that the Bahamas has the proper mechanism in place to deal with asylum seekers. That group is hosting a training seminar tackling the complex issues of statelessness, asylum seekers, and those looking for refugee status. Heading the UN team is Simone Schwartz Delgado, who says because of our geographical location, mainly Haitian and Cuban refugees come here. She hopes the conference will assist authorities in dealing with those groups.
We are looking forward to working with the Bahamas as it is a state party to the 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees to concretely implement the provisions and enhance the processing and the treatment of refugees in the Bahamas through this course, but also through ongoing technical advice that we're giving.
The 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees outlines the rights of individuals who are granted asylum and the responsibilities of nations taking part in that process. Mr. Stephen Larota, Chief Immigration Officer in the Refugee Unit, says that his division is guided by the protocol set out by the United Nations.
It's a basic protocol. We follow the protocol as laid out by UNHCR, the 1951 Convention and the 67 Protocol. That enables us it gives us the tools to be able to use to identify those migrants and to determine who is a migrant in need of protection or a migrant who is economic or otherwise.
Now, Mr. Larota says that his department is not overburdened, but they are challenged, and of approximately 120 applications per year, about 15 are granted asylum. Jermaine Hicks, ZNS Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, did any of you know that they are giving asylum to people already? No. They ever talk about that on the news? No. Did they get permission from us? No. Is there any law? No. There is no law. So how could they be doing something where they're not empowered by the law? You didn't even know this. They just come talk to us because the UN come and the UN was there sitting down. But they've been giving out asylum. This was 11 years ago. This was 11 years ago. They've been giving out asylum in our country, even though there's no asylum law. You see what's going on? Now, I'm going to play this, and then we're going to get started. I'm going to see if I can fast forward it. So there's going to be fast talking, okay? Because I just want to go through very quickly. What you're about to see was where they went to the UN, and they presented this demonic book. with all the lies and deception, and showed the patients getting beat from alleged Bahamian immigration officers. But the truth is, they were not immigration officers in the Bahamas, and many of these pictures did not take place in the Bahamas. They lied and deceived them. All right. And so, if you look at this book's kind of beat up now. All through this book, our immigration didn't even have no dogs. And they show them attacking them with dogs. They show the fella getting beat. Our immigration don't dress like that. All right. They showed, they even showed, I don't know why they showed him in their book, but they showed the barefoot bandit. All right. They showed, this is Fred Smith and these other people. And they keep showing people crying. All right. I don't know why they're showing them crying. Must see how happy they live in this good country. It's joy. They show the police, the immigration officers breaking into this person's house. That ain't no house in the Bahamas, and that ain't no Bahamian immigration. Why would they do something like this? They went and lied on this country, blackmail. See here? They lied on this country. You see? They lied on this country. They showing them in victory. The Fred Smith in them. See? Notice Fred Smith going quiet. They quiet because they working with Brave Death, and they trying to get Pintard in place, so they don't have to worry about the court. All right. Well, they showing them all these bad situations. I just want to show you quick. The one where they show a picture of a little child being abused. And this was actually a child who was in a car accident. Nothing to do with immigration situation. And the child had some cuts in their face and stuff, but they tried to make it seem like immigration was doing this kind of stuff to people. All right, I want you all to see the picture. You go through it. This book, these books don't disappear now. I know they don't know how I get a copy of this. We know we always get the documents, right? Right, that's right. We always get it. It's only God making sure we get it. See here? Child with a face all bust up. This was a child in a car accident in the Bahamas. And they put a picture in there to make it seem like that's what the immigration do to this poor little child. That's sick. They do not deserve to be in this country. There's another one with a child. Look at this woman all bust up and bloody up. All right, in front of people with disbelief sign and the shields, the clear shields. We don't do that here. But that's what they put out there to the people. All right, so not a child all bust up. See? You see? Same child? Yeah. All bust up. Two pictures of the same child. As if that's what our people do. See what they put the words they said. You have to be treated respectfully. They put it in Creole too. You have the right to be treated nicely. And then they show this picture of this child with a face all bust up. That's the kind of demons we're dealing with. All right. So I just wanted you to see that. So now I'm just going to think, if I can speed it up, but I want the Bahamian people to see this before we start telling you what's really going on and what the law is. All right. And Blackmail is going to lead on that. Like Maria talking, and Blackmail is going to take the lead on this. All right. This many years ago, under the Perry administration, Fred Smith, Luby, and all of them went to the UN to talk about the devastating crisis that the immigrants was going through in the Bahamas. They even went there and published this and handed this out to them. Told a lying report. You know, they did tell of stories of patients getting slapped and the kind of stuff. But Bahamians get slapped. Right. Police slap Bahamians. All right. That don't mean that there's some crisis with that. When police do that, they get disciplined. Right. In many instances. That it happens in the US, you know. And so they tried to make it look like that was the norm. They tried to use these pictures to paint a different picture of what was really going on. So let's play this so we could get to where we need to get. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I'm gonna cut out this first person from the US walking, and then he introduced Fred Smith, okay?
To further elaborate on the human rights situation faced by migrants in his country. Thank you very much, Wade. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for entertaining us this afternoon and allowing us to shed some light on the serious human rights abuses that are occurring in the Bahamas. The new policy leads to discrimination against persons of African and specifically Haitian descent. These are estimated at between 16 to 20% of the population, by far the largest ethnic group. For decades, Bahamians have been encouraged, often tacitly and at times openly, to regard many of the country's social challenges as resulting from the burden created by the influx of Haitians. It's called in the Bahamas the Haitian problem. And anti-Haitian prejudice has become so deeply ingrained in Bahamian psyche that the terms undocumented, illegal, or Haitian have become synonymous. Since November, vast majority of the individuals deported without due process have been Haitians or Bahamians of Haitian descent. And the impact has been worsened by the government's decision to focus not on the source of illegal migration at our borders, but on established Haitian communities that have been in the Bahamas for decades. The Bahamas has a constitution, a good one. It has entrenched protection of human rights. The Immigration Act requires compliance with our Criminal Procedure Code and the observance of due process guarantees. Officers have the same powers as the police and no more. There is a presumption of innocence. The Act provides for signed deportation orders on very strict conditions and the right to an appeal and very limited detention. There is only one legal prison in the Bahamas, and that is Fox Hill under the Correctional Facilities Act.
Oh, sorry, accidentally touched it. I'm sorry.
There is a presumption of innocence. The Act provides for signed deportation orders on very strict conditions and the right to an appeal and very limited detention. And that is Fox Hill under the Correctional Facilities Act. Detention center, which you've heard so much about, does not exist in law. Unfortunately, there has been a complete collapse in the observance of laws.
He's trying to get them to shut down the whole detention center, saying it illegal. To shut that down, let the people roam free. Immigrants shouldn't be arrested. You could hear that from the first gentleman who was speaking, the stuff he was saying, that they should not be detained. Continue.
Many historical rulings to the contrary, declaring the current practices illegal. The complete disrespect for constitutional rights has reached endemic and ubiquitous proportions. There is no legal aid. The justice is limited. Language issues are a great barrier. The judicial system does not provide a remedy to the thousands who are having their rights abused. Meanwhile, the government is portraying its actions as lawful, when in fact the exact opposite is true. The enforcement procedures include mass raids, exercises, checks, roundups, and roadblocks, where civilians are made to show proof of their status on the spot and face detention and possible summary deportation. These violate the Constitution. Many are detained despite possessing proof of status in the country. And we also know a Bahamian citizen who was detained and summarily deported recently. This aggressive approach has led to numerous cases of physical and emotional abuse. It has created a culture of suspicion, prejudice, and profiling, in which an individual's right to freedom of movement can be breached with impunity if they are perceived to be of Haitian origin. Raids are often conducted at night. Homes are subjected to forcible entry, sometimes by heavily armed officers dressed in battle fatigues, striking fear and sending a warning to other Haitian communities. Those targeted often and regularly have their property damaged or destroyed. Homes are left unsecured and vulnerable to looting, and when the occupants are detained, violence is often and increasingly needed out for those who resist. Women and children are particularly vulnerable. In this initial series of raids, several small children discovered at home in the absence of their parents were taken into custody and held in the general population at the detention center without any special supervision. It took days for some of those children to be released to their parents subsequently. There is perhaps no aspect of this immigration policy which is more disconcerting than the further denial of children's right to attend school in fact, the Constitution and instruments. Starting in September, the only children who will be allowed to be registered for school will be those who can show that one of their parents is Bahamian or a legal resident. Though the state has sought to deny that this amounts to an effort to drive children of undocumented Haitian migrants from the classroom, this is the inevitable result. Now, all persons born in the Bahamas to Haitian parents have been directed by policy and by law to obtain a Haitian passport and or newly invented document called the belongers permit. Last month, the government, in reaction to criticism that it is unlawful to govern by policy, began fast tracking through Parliament an amendment to the Immigration Act, which civil society has not had the opportunity to make comments on, nor have affected communities been given the opportunity to participate in. It seeks to establish a civilian immigration reserve force, which the minister may mobilize at his pleasure. It creates impediments to persons born in the Bahamas to obtain their constitutional right to citizenship. It creates impediments to travel abroad, even to Bahamian citizens. It provides for the establishment of a detention center outside the laws governing correctional facilities under the Act. It now creates an offense of harboring an illegal person. It subjects an offender to imprisonment for 10 years for providing housing, board, or shelter of any kind to an illegal person. The proposed new law actually culminates in the creation of a new species of person in the Bahamas to be known as, quote, an illegal person, unquote. Now, in the Bahamas, a person is deemed illegal through administrative determination just by the immigration authorities, without charge, without trial, without conviction, and without sentence, i.e. what is now presumed guilty in the Bahamas. The Immigration Department has now become judge, jury, and executioner. The proposed amendments are unconstitutional, yet they will be passed, they will be enforced, and thousands of persons will continue to have their rights abused en masse. I will now ask my colleague Pierre to further elaborate on the effects of the migration policy on the Haitian community.
Thank you. See the new immigration policy. The Haitian community is living in fear daily. They are in fear of those who are supposed to provide protection for them. They are in fear of being mistreated, beaten, punched, slapped, and kicked by immigration officials. They are in fear of illegally being taken to a detention center where they will surely experience cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. They are in fear of their homes being ransacked while they are detained. They are in fear of their children not being able to study. They are in fear of being deported to a country they don't know. In fact, many members of my community express fear for my well-being because I'm speaking publicly about these issues before the commission in the government today. Members of my community have told me about the mechanical detention center where there is extreme suffering. They experience verbal, physical, and psychological abuse. They have no clean water to drink and no proper diet, and this makes them sick. The dorms are so overcrowded that people are forced to sleep on the concrete floor or even outside with no protection from the elements. They have no opportunity for legal counsel and no way to communicate with their families. Conditions are very bad for women. One 19-year-old detainee was forced to give birth on the detention center floor without the help of doctors. There are no proper sanitation facilities. There are also numerous reports of sexual assault. Late last year, a senior immigration officer was accused of taking a detainee out of the center to his home and raping her repeatedly. In 2013, the officer was accused of raping 8 women in the center. Members of the community are also afraid that their children will not be able to go to school because they will be denied access if their parents have irregular immigration status. This is a violation of the children's right to an education. I say here that as a Bahamian, not American nor a Haitian, but as a humanitarian on behalf of humanity, not for any country. It only happened that the largest concerned group is Haitian nationals and Bahamians of Haitian descent. But every single migrant is affected by this governmental policies. Once again, I thank you for your attention to these issues. My colleague Diego will now speak to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Diego Alcalá. I'm the Deputy Director of the Caribbean Institute for Human Rights. We have been monitoring the situation of migrant groups in the Bahamas in recent years, and would like to call the attention of this Commission to several areas of special concern. First, the Commission has held that in the context of migration procedures, detention should be a measure of last resort, specifically under the American Declaration, OAS.
I want you to pay attention to the background. You see him? Yeah, the devil right there sitting in the back of the boat. Yeah, the devil is right there. And in fact, he just tuned in on Facebook, so he's watching right now. All right, so Louis Georges is watching, and that's him right there.
States are bound to implement immigration laws and policies that are premised on the presumption of liberty. Immigration detention should only be applicable in exceptional circumstances for the shortest period of time, and alternatives to detention should be sought whenever possible. The principle of exceptionality carries even more weight when children are involved. Under international standards, unaccompanied minors should never be detained. However, as discussed, the migration policy gives priority to detention, which has a disproportionate effect on vulnerable persons. Additionally, the Bahamas, through its legislation and implementation, criminalizes the status of migrants. We're also concerned with the lack of appropriate procedures for screening of persons in need of international protections. Both the Inter-American Commission and Court have reiterated that international law requires states to implement effective safeguards to protect individuals with a legitimate claim for refugee status, asylum seekers, those at risk of refoulement, and persons at risk of statelessness. Because there are no effective and consistent refugee status determination procedures, it is possible that the migration policies are also affecting persons in need of these protections. As investigated, the conditions of Carmichael expose all persons deprived of their liberty to cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. The lack of province, in conformity with this commission's principles and best practices on the protection of persons deprived of liberty in the Americas, and the lack of access for international and national organizations to monitor these conditions are just two of the many factors that increase the pain of the persons at this facility. The recent changes to the migratory policy may also infringe on the right to the Bahamian nationality and may also put some at a risk of statelessness. Under Article 7 of the Constitution, a person born in the Bahamas who parents of foreign nationality shall be entitled upon application on his attaining the age of 18 or within 12 months thereafter to be registered as citizens of the Bahamas. We have gathered information indicating that among the population that has been targeted, detained, and deported, some had a constitutional right to be registered as citizens, and others have submitted the necessary documentation for registration, but we're still waiting for the government to register them as citizens. It must be noted that there is a backlog of thousands of applications, many of which have been neglected for years or even decades. Additionally, the Bahamas is only one of 2 countries in the Western Hemisphere that do not allow women, and in some cases men, to confer nationality onto their children, thereby increasing the risk of detention, deportation, and statelessness. Finally, human rights defenders in the Bahamas are confronting a hostile environment that put their security and work at risk. Members of our delegation have been threatened for expressing their opinion against the recent changes in migration policies. Also, high-level government officials have made expressions against them, minimizing their work and even depicting it as alarmist and inflammatory. They have also threatened Mr. Smith and Mr. Darbro with charges of criminal libel and sedition. Members of the media have faced retaliation for being critical of the government, including our colleague, Louis Georges, with us today, whose long-running radio show, The Criminal Connection, was just canceled days after the immigration minister called for an investigation into comments critical of the government that were made on his show. We are extremely concerned with a recent Facebook post. The Press, Cultural Affairs, and Information Manager of the Embassy of the Bahamas in Washington, D.C., with
Oh, I don't want you to miss. The gentleman, I'm pointing the wrong ways. Hear from me. The gentleman right behind him, the light-skinned fella right there with the glasses, that's Paco Nunez from the Tribune. He was a part of their organization. He is a part of their organization. So the Tribune would be used to spread their nonsense. And at that time, he was working all about with the FNM because they was in power. And then when they switched, all of a sudden he became PLP. But that's Paco Nunez from the Tribune. He was one of the senior reporters down there.
Stated on March 18th that he intends to use every resource he has to go forward and press possible criminal charges against the delegation that sits before you today. The rules of this commission prohibit us from engaging in actions of retaliation against human rights defenders, but also international human rights framework requires states to prevent violations against freedom of expression and specifically impose the duty to protect and guarantee the rights of human rights defenders to do their work. In conclusion, we respectfully request this commission to conduct an on-site visit to the Bahamas so they can gather direct testimony and information on the migration policies and its effects. Include the information presented today in its annual report. Continue monitoring the situation in the Bahamas, assist the Bahamas in designing and implementing a training protocol on human rights for state agents, including the role of and the protection of human rights defenders. We also request from the government of Bahamas to revise this migration policy in order to guarantee that it is compatible with the state's obligations under international human rights law, stop the arbitrary arrest, detention, and deportation until migration policy is aligned with international law. Ensure that immigration detention is used as a last resort and that the particular needs of women and children are taken into consideration. allow independent international monitoring at Carmichael, ensure that the right of children to an education is not dependent upon the migratory status of the parents, engage with civil society in a constructive dialogue to jointly address the problems affecting the Bahamas, and finally address the inequalities and its nationality laws in order to reduce the risk of statelessness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I hand over, I would like to make a correction. I appreciate now that the Honorable Minister is the Minister of State for Legal Affairs of the Bahamas and not the Foreign Minister. I want to assure you that I have no powers to reshuffle the cabinet, so you'll remain the Honorable Minister of State. But I also feel it necessary to pick up on something that the petitioner said in relation to possible threats, and to just reiterate that at this commission, we make it clear that our rules and our whole ethos will not tolerate any reprisals or acts of intimidation against any petitioners or any persons who appear before us. And we have had on occasions in hearings to state this publicly. So we state it again, just for the benefit of all concerned, and this is certainly something that we would take seriously if it does happen. Having said that, I now turn over to the state for their presentation.
So in other words, if after they didn't come and lie on this country like they did, if you all actually lock them up or touch them, you're in trouble. You go before the International Criminal Court probably. But in any event, we will deal with you. So in other words, don't touch them. No one threatened to charge them with sedition at any point. You all ever heard that? No. No one threatened them in any way. All right. The only thing that happened was one minister in the House of Assembly did release some of their emails, but no one ever threatened them in any way. Remember, Tintag was also a part of this group, and PR. All right. Fred Smith and all stuff they doing. Yeah, I bet. This is maybe this will be a part of the
My name is David Gomez. I'm the Member of Parliament for Central and South Jerusalem. I'm also Minister of State for Legal Affairs, and it is in that capacity that I appear before you today, leading the delegation of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. At the outset, it is our distinct pleasure and my privilege to repeat the extension to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the open invitation of the government of the Bahamas to visit the Commonwealth of the Bahamas at such times as are convenient to the Commission and at such periods of notice as the Commission deems appropriate. This repeated invitation is substantive evidence of the Bahamas' commitment to its transparent adherence to democratic norms such as the rule of law and constitutionalism. We pride ourselves as an example of democracy in action and relish the opportunity to further engage in the wider international cooperation for the global attainment of universal adherence to the promotion of the enjoyment of human rights. It is also with great pleasure that we acknowledge the sterling academic reputation of not only you, Madam President, but other members of the Commission. And it is in that capacity, as regional academics and champions of human rights, that an invitation is extended to you at a personal level to forge relationships with other academics at the College of the Bahamas in its transformation to the University of the Bahamas. The deepening of regional sensitivity to human rights and the understanding thereof depends in large measure upon a vibrant intellectual debate across cultures and borders. It is our hope that the norms embraced by the Bahamas will have universal acceptance in our region, irrespective of language, culture, creed, or legal system. Our appearance before you ought to be viewed not merely as a court or commission appearance, confined as it were to the four corners of the petitions, which is the strict subject matter of this hearing. The general public are aware of these proceedings, which are being streamed live on the internet. The general public are aware through press releases and public commentary emanating from at least one of the petitioners. And it is in that context that we regard statements made outside of the precincts of this hearing today, and in some way inferentially drawn into this conversation this morning by the allegation that threats have been made against persons who appear before you. At the outset, let me say that the government of the Bahamas is not party to any such threats, though it is my duty to make reference to some rather outlandish and bizarre allegations which have been made about the Bahamas, which may well have colored some of the public statements private citizens may have made individually to members of the petitioners. And we stand ready to defend their right to free speech, that is the petitioners, and those persons who would have expressed themselves to the petitioners. But the false, baseless, and malicious allegations made against the Bahamas and its people is deserving of a response. Our history of respecting human rights predates our independence. Indeed, our support of Haiti and its people in the attainment of economic, political, and social stability emanates from an abiding and unflinching belief in the dignity of our shared human condition. Madam President and most distinguished commissioners, it is plain that I must refer to allegations written and spoken by one of the petitioners before you. They have as boldly as the falsity of their allegation asserted that the government of the Bahamas has embraced fascism and Nazism in a targeted campaign to commit genocide against Haitian nationals. They even maintain that there are concentration camps in the Bahamas and compared the detention center to Auschwitz. These lies cannot be left unanswered. It is my solemn duty to protect the name and reputation of our people. That really is the sole purpose of my attendance here today. Let not my good manners detract from the depths of outrage collectively felt by the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas at the defamation of our country. In 1648, the original English settlers of the Bahamas arrived to establish a free society in which they might practice their religion without let or hindrance of the.
I'm gonna end it there. You can go watch it for yourself. Search it and you'll see it. Put it up there so you can see. Oh, that's right there. State of the Bahamas human rights situation of immigrant persons in the Bahamas, right? Migrant, right? Go and watch that and hear the demonism that was being done. This is a plan that over time, slowly, like the way you boil a frog, and that's what they would do to us. And the PLP and FM were working together, don't be fooled. All right? And Michael Pintard was one of the persons working along with Fred Smith, and that's who funded him. I don't want persons to think that, oh, we're in a serious immigration situation, get rid of Brave them, go to Pintard, and things will be better. It would be worse, because this is his crew. This his crew. Brave them making money. All right? They criminal minded people. They making their money. All right? It's in their agenda. It was them fighting against this group. But now they just making money off of it. But this, the F&M crew, all right, even down to the Tribune, traveled with them. All right? This is their crew. And Pintard said out of his own mouth that he worked for Fred Smith then, doing their PR, et cetera, et cetera. So he's probably the one who was behind getting this book designed. We got to wake up. If we don't win this election, this country is over. But I want to stop there. I'll let Maria say her 2 cents, and then I'll turn it over to the blackmail so we can get to the bottom of this.
Good night, my fellow Bahamians. Before I move on to this bill, I never ever heard these things. And to know that these persons went to United Nations and given out a lot of false information.
Said that we had concentration camps. There was genocide going on. It's like Auschwitz.
So to my fellow Bahamians and to the world at large and the United Nations, I'm a former police officer. I was one of the first police officers that the Hubert Ingram government took down to the detention center. I worked there for 5 years. I don't know what camp they're talking about. Because those things what they say was happening there never happened there under our.
Also, they built a separate camp for over $1 million. I don't even know about that.
Thank you.
And that's for women and children, etc.
Yes.
They built a separate camp, all right, over $1 million. That and it was a building, a regular house with bunk beds and nice furniture and all that. He showed the pictures. I just had to stop it for the sake of time, but watch the piece there. Go ahead.
That didn't happen there. He had to do proper patrols there. And Basil Dean, the late Basil Dean, he took us there. United Nations was calling for the government, and so we had to go down there. What they did, they took the defense force who was inside and the immigration officers who was inside, and they took a court police officer down there, and we had to man that gate. We had to do the inspection to make sure no abuse was going on. I tell you, those people that wasn't carrying on by, trust me, they were out of hand. But to say that our people was doing that to them, it was a lie from picture. I don't know what country camp they talking about. Haiti?
They told the UN that we were raped, that Bahamian immigration officers was raping the women.
That ain't no truth, because what happened to her is that, I don't know what happened before I went there. We had to do the patrol. I was the one who had to do the patrols because Basil Dean said something to us. He said, I want 5 policewomen down there. Every shift, our job was to go and check those women them out. Every hour on the hour. I even had to walk the back gate. So I had to walk with those defense force because the defense force that was on the outside, we were on the inside. Oh, guess they happened in a different camp, but not that detention center there. I was there. I'm a living witness, and anything got reported, we had to make note. I did have an altercation there now with one of them. And females had a little scuffle because she came into the police view. And she started to fight me. That's on record.
Win the fight.
No comment. I had to go to the hospital afterwards because some stuff had happened there. No comments. But they overlapped some boundaries because what happened? I mean, what did they? We had a separation. They had a separation part. They were supposed to stay behind the gate. We were supposed to stay over there. Only time we walked through is to do the inspection. And they couldn't overlap side. They couldn't overlap on the they couldn't overlap on the police side, and they couldn't overlap on the defense force. How was it? All these things happened. It couldn't work. Now, I wouldn't tell no lie. Even though they had it separate, we had to do inspection 3 times a day. We always had a problem. You have 5 women missing, 5 men missing. You know what? Why are you looking at me straight? You know what they do? 5 women and 5 men. And the boss say, that's it. You need to go and find where these 5 women are. I say, I need them all to go with me. Stay someplace together, having some intimacy. And that's what they used to do. They used to have a lot of that girl, and you're coming in and you're pregnant. But we never knew until we had to go and find them, and they used to go missing. And we have 50 eggs, we end up with only 25. Yeah. And the boss said, no, we're not taking over. I tell you, I'll go find them people. I used to be in the back. I used to kick down some doors because they ain't coming out. That was a lot of the issues that we got going on there. What they said, it's all lies, because I know it happened. It never happened in the house. Right. Now let me go to this bill. You all know I always get something. The New Day Davis smuggling bill. My fellow Bahamians of the world at large, Lincoln, after God has forced me to do some hard research. That's the country they copied this bill from. Pakistan. Pakistan is another one. Get one in the Caribbean. But the difference is between the Caribbean, Lincoln, they have auntie in the front.
What?
St. Kitts and St. Nevis. 2024. They copied this exact bill from them. My issues with this bill and the New Day PLP bill is that they look to protect the migrants. We, the Bahamian people, we can't afford them. When you come here, We give you your medical care, you need to go back to the country that you born.
Thank you.
Huh? We get a hospital issue here, you know. We get our Bahamian people suffering. And to know that this new day wicked and evil PLP government, you're going to sit in our people's parliament and be debating the law to protect these migrants. What about our people? Huh? We don't have no hospital machines, no medication. And you talk about these people come here, we must treat them better than you keep your Bahamian citizen. Unacceptable. My fellow Bahamian, unacceptable. And for them to try to sneak this law in Lincoln, you only pick it. This is an asylum, you know. They just changed the name to make it look like there's a new bill of smuggling. Mr. Ryan Binder, Attorney General, do me a favor, sir, because they don't tell me you don't love this country like you're supposed to love this country.
It's American.
Huh? Yeah. They tell me you get 2 citizens. Do me a favor, go and check this law out. Huh? You need to pull back on some stuff in this law that is not beneficial to the Bahamian people. Why you not just putting that bill the penalty? Why did you just leave it at the penalties?
Right.
Or just amend the Immigration Act.
Take
With
it
the
to so on.
So then,
But you know what? When PFP called me today and tell me, you know what I like them? They say, Doctor, I've been in court last week. They just hit off another captain with about 58,000. The law is there. Huh? So why you want to put this extra law in here? Huh? Why? All you all have to do is to add to the penalty. The 300, and how much you say, 350,000 for penalty? My fellow Bahamians, you all better watch the law. I get my notes here again. We have 3 set of immigrants coming into this country. The Indians, the Chinese, and the Haitians.
Africans.
And Africans. When I talk about the main countries, the same will get the money. Huh? $350,000 fine is nothing for them Indians to pay.
No, right,
It's nothing for them Chinese to pay.
right.
If they bring 100, and then people over here, the captain say, as soon as y'all get to shore, say y'all is a victim. I can pay the fine. So what that mean? We can have 50 of them stay in this country.
exactly.
And the captain pay the captain going now after he pay that fine. What back home? They can play the victim too. We, the Bahamian people, want the PLP to kill a lot of this portion of this, but leave the penalty in.
No. Amend the Immigration Act. We don't need nothing from that bill. Too much mix up in there. Leave that where that is. We already have an act that deals with all of what they need. That's all we need.
Thank you.
We don't need that bill. Keep that. Throw that in the garbage. Burn that like how Fred Mitchell burned the Constitution.
Oh
Burn
boy,
that.
Bahamians, something in that act, my fellow Bahamians. Did you read it, Lincoln? And did you read it when they talk with the law? Nothing. That law is what? Supreme.
Yeah.
Section 35. Thank you. My fellow Bahamians, this is our constitution. This is in 1973. Lawyer Warren, my 1969. This is in 1963. These are our laws here. And nothing. That piece of garbage, what they talk about, this thing smuggling, this is garbage juice to compare to our constitution. Huh? We want that. You say kill it. I say kill some of it. They say kill the bill. Huh? We cannot have that in our country. Huh? You all do what you want to do? No. And to bring these employees. Jesus. India having 18 million people. Watch this. India get 18 million people. 10 people over there get 12 million. trying to get how much millions. You could imagine. You could imagine, Lincoln, if every year they realize that, okay, the Bahamas get a loophole. Do you know that? Or all of them be here. By the way, before I go, Lincoln, like when PLP tell me, it looked like Mr. Prime Minister, you tried to wipe us out, right? You tried to replace us, and that's what this is intentional about, you know. Replacing the Bahamian people. You're gonna make more of them to live here, and you're gonna be phasing us out. Bahamians, we need to wake up and see what is going on, you know. These Indians that they got their money. You see the Bay Street right now. Where's Mr. Stubbs? Stubbs here? He'll tell you all the Indians are taking over Bay Street.
You know that.
Huh?
You know that.
The Chinese, like, and they coming here for these hotels. You all think they playing, eh? Now they got them Haitians. You know, they get mad when you call their names. We got them here now, and they taking over. Mr. Prime Minister, like somebody say, why are you giving the big contracts to them? Huh? $5 million a time. Why? They can see what's going on, and they bringing their families members in here in this country. And they're saying them. Mr. Ryan Bender. Oh. You know what, somebody tell me to ask you, who drafted that bill for you? Who drafted that bill, Lincoln? We need to find who drafted that bill. Who drafted that bill? Unacceptable.
I don't think the people in the EU.
No.
Yeah, not all the typos and all that.
I totally agree. We cannot allow this to happen.
I don't think they'll let them do it because they were afraid that it would get out. And so he held that close to his whatever. Go ahead.
So when he mentioned tonight, I agree with my leader. Right? He said kill the bill. See, because if you're all trying to sneak in these asylum and these refugees to come through the back door, because they're coming through the front door no more, you know. Be sharp. Mr. Prime Minister, when you go to the people's house, you get national issues. Go discuss the cost of living when you go to the people's parliament. Like the road infrastructure, the hospital, the lack of medication, lack of machine. Go and discuss that on behalf of the Bahamian people. Sink this bill. Like Lincoln said, just sink it. Outright kill it. Because we have too much issues in this country for you to go in there and be taken by the other people who come in here. Unacceptable. That's my point tonight, my fellow Bahamians.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. I just want to say that when your government sets out to lie to you, your country is in danger. And you have to wake up. Like the people, they went and had press conference and all of them lied. The first one, he was so sweaty and nervous, Trey Rami. And then Wayne Monroe came and just told a blatant lie that we needed the bill. And everything was said already in the law. Only difference is, he said, was that if they are smuggling people from the Bahamas to the US, for example, you couldn't arrest them. That's a lie. That's happened over and repeated on many occasions. All right. And so why are they lying to us? Then the Attorney General came and said some nonsense about the bill not being able to do this and that. I would play the video, but time is gone. The bill will not stop them from being charged for legal entry or being here illegally or having false documents. That's a blatant lie. The bill is clear on that. Right. Notice what all of them were doing. They were just saying what the bill say, but none of them would quote from the bill. So none of them. All of them just saying, oh, the bill say this or the bill isn't going to do that, but none of them would quote from the bill. All right? Because they know Bahamians probably won't read it, and they expect Bahamians to just listen to them because of who they are. They even use the media for their demonic purpose. Don't listen to these shows. They are being paid to deceive you. saw some people on Beyond the Headlines talking a bunch of lies and nonsense.
Yeah, I heard about
Shanique
that.
Miller say she read the bill, and the bill don't say this, the bill don't say that. Now, I want to know how much hours of law school Shanique Miller has.
Oh,
Interesting.
God, man.
Thank you very much.
What that?
They just send them to say this, and maybe because you're Shanique Miller, people will listen to you. And then they had Cassius on there, no law experience, nothing. Another person's on there with no legal experience, and all of them saying, "Oh, we read the bill, and this is a good bill. This bill don't say this, don't say that." And all of them just preach saying what they are told to say.
Yes.
Don't let people who are getting paid destroy your nation. They are thinking about today and not tomorrow. These shows are biased.
Yes.
And the first thing you want to do if you want a dictatorship or authoritarian country or a fascist nation, like they are, is you neutralize the media.
Only, you know, but why all of a sudden, if you was lying and the people lying, why Mr. Bender say he's gonna have to review it? Why Ryan Bender is saying that they have to go back to the drawing board and look at some stuff. Why they say that now?
Everything I say always turns out to be the truth.
Thank you very much.
Always.
Thank
Over
you.
2 decades. If I say it, it turns out to be the truth.
I agree.
If I say it, I can prove it. All right? They knew that what I was saying was the truth. They were hoping that they could spin the narrative, but it didn't work
Thank you.
because people then had read for themselves. And so now I want us to take another dive into this. And I brought Blackmail on to do it because he's good at this. And Blackmail, I want you to bring the accused before us. The accused is this asylum bill. Don't call it no smuggling bill. That's not a smuggling bill. That's a lie. You call it what it is. That's an asylum bill. He is accused before the people of this country, and we can bring him up and decide whether he goes in the gallows or not, or before the firing squad. I like the firing squad. The firing squad? All right. All right. You can put this bill. The accused man, his name is Bill. And we are now going to put him before the courts. And we're going to lay out the charges before him. Ladies and gentlemen, Blackmail, take it over.
Good night, Mr. Lincoln Bean, and to all of the COI membership, leadership. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. I was summoned here by Mr. Bean. First of all, we want to thank Aaron Lewis. Aaron Lewis contact Mr. Bain. Mr. Bain contact Mr. McKinney, Steve McKinney. Right? Mr. McKinney then contact me, call an emergency meeting with the caucus. The Patriots caucus. Now let me put this disclaimer here. I am not here to represent the Patriots. I am here as an independent, Bahamian, black male representing Sean Gardner. Right? I know why I said that. That's my disclaimer. Right? So what I say is black male. If you want more information on this, I want you to listen Wednesday. But I can try to give you all I can tonight. Listen Wednesday. Hard copy show. Mr. McKinney is our leader as it relates to the Patriots and the mission that we're on. And the same mission that the COI is on, to make sure that this country is governed right, it is governed properly, and there is something left for the Bahamian children, our grandchildren, all of us are on that same mission. And that is what is going to happen. This narrative that this country is gone, you all stop that right now. This country is not gone.
I got breath in my body.
I couldn't help but to notice the video that Mr. Bain was playing. I'm not even talking about them speaking about the dogs and the inhumane treatment. What I want to address, what they never want to address. Whenever you hear them quote Article 7 in the Constitution, They always say they born here. They would say they apply at the age of 18, but they never bring up that renounce. Even that white man. Okay? Now, let me help you out here. First of all, Haitians are not stateless. Article 11 of the Haitian Constitution say if a Haitian child is born anywhere around the world to Haitian parents, they are a Haitian national at the time of birth. Haitian nationality and the word citizenship, according to the Haitian Constitution, is synonymous. Okay? It's interchangeable. So don't let them fool you with that. They're always talking about being born in the Bahamas. Mr. Bain also shared this the other day. I'm going to share it also, right? Because me and him have the same document. See this document here? This is a document that they give to Haitian children at the embassies, claiming that they renounce their citizenship. Haitian law, under the November 6, 1984 presidential decree, which was carried over to the 1987 Constitution, which was ratified on the 10th of March, 1987, and went to a referendum by the people on the 19th, said that this was adopted. Loss of Haitian citizenship is confirmed, the word is established, by a presidential decree and the gazetting of that decree in the Le Monitor. This, my friend here, what they be giving the children over here, is an application form. This is not a presidential decree. I am here to declare tonight that no Haitian child born in this Bahamas that produces this document has renounced their citizenship. Now they can get in Parliament and they do anything. All right? What is on this document is that a deponent signs or swears to an affidavit or a deposition. The name that appears on this document would be the name of the individual that claims that he is renouncing. He is a deponent. Because he is the deponent, that makes this a sworn affidavit or an affidavit in support. This is not a presidential decree. Secondly, the name of the bottom, at the bottom from the consular, he is the notary public. He is there to authenticate this document that the deponent signed. A presidential decree has the president's signature on it. Right. We know that. This has the consular's signature. Right? This is what a presidential decree looks like. In Haiti, this has to do with naturalization though, but it carries the same ambit. It says, Jean-Claude Duvalier, I go way back. Monday, August 26, 1974, the 29th year, number 68, decree, Jean-Claude Duvalier, President for Life of the Republic. Considering Article 93 of the Constitution, it mentioned their constitutional law, the law of August 22nd, 1907 on nationality, the decree law of July 3rd, 1941, the decree law of February 27, 1970. Mr. Nabek S. Hagee of Lebanese nationality has submitted a request to the Department of Justice expressing the desire to acquire Haitian nationality through naturalization and has provided the required legal documentation. He has fulfilled the legal conditions and has received a favorable moral character report from the Department of Interior. Based on the report of the Secretary of State and Justice, decrees Article 1, Nabek Savi is granted Haitian nationality. Jean-Claude Duvalier, President, and Secretary Jeannie. This is a presidential decree. Okay? That nonsense they giving them down to the embassy, but they renounce. We can challenge that in court. Okay?
Come on, Black man.
Let me read something to you from Keturah Ferguson, the former director of the Immigration Department. She sent out an email after she realized that the document that they purported to be a presidential decree was not authentic. And I read, good afternoon, P.S. Stroman. and Minister Bell, it has been brought to my attention that the department has been swearing in individuals without renouncing, contrary to the requirements of the Bahamas Nationality Act, Chapter 190. Please see attached. Kindly advise under what legal grounds are we covered by not following the law? I await your urgent response. Before they respond to Katuro Ferguson, they fired them. The gangsters. When you all hear me say that, I got guns on them. That's why when I say things, I like my boy here. I got the guts, I don't use the word in language. You want me, you come for me. Let the guts come out in a court of law. All right? I must have a little bit of water. I just get it. Before they fix that problem, Keith Bell was the Minister of Immigration. The Prime Minister paroled the House of Assembly. Not dissolved. He paroled him. Reshuffle his cabinet, put Keith Bell in housing before they address that problem. They fired that woman because she told them they broken the law. Because these Haitians wasn't renouncing. Tell Ruby Georges them answer that. That's a fake document. Okay? Now, on with our story. Let's deal with the bill. I just wanted to get that out there because that nonsense I heard just now, I had to pull up our constitution on my phone. Okay? To explain to the Bahamian people that nonsense of statelessness, they could go right to the Haitian embassy and pick up their passport. Under international law, a stateless person, right, is a person who is not accepted or recognized under the law of any state by that country's law. Well, the Haitian Constitution, Article 11, recognized them as Haitians at the time of birth. Statelessness do not apply to Haitians. Okay? Now, finish with the document, Maria? There we go. I'm going to bring a precursor to what I'm going to mention in this bill. Okay? There's a correlation. See, they call Mr. Bean a liar. Ryan Pinder, them strangers to the truth. That's called language. But I ain't called. There's liars. Okay? They try to make this man look like he was dumb. I am here tonight not to defend him, but to defend truth. Okay? So if he was talking nonsense, I would have been here. That's so blackmail go now. I want to show you the correlation with this asylum bill. You know, smuggling and migrants bill. This asylum. All right? But this asylum bill and the 1951 Refugee Convention, right? They had a protocol in 67. And with that protocol in 67, they made certain things retroactive. I used the word retroactive on Steve McKinney's show the other night, and I didn't realize what I was saying till I found something today. The problem with this bill, or the answers in the bill, what you're looking for ain't actually in the bill. Some there. But most of the trouble is in the treaty Fred Mitchell have done signed. But the bill, once it's passed, it kicks in the treaty. The stuff you don't know about. Okay? Now,
it's on our website, right on the front page.
Let me read something to you. The UN 1951 Refugee Convention, supplemented by the 1967 Protocol, is the cornerstone of refugee law. Just a precursor. I can get into the bill right now. Defining, but I just want to get out to you the treaties. That's have to do with the treaties. Then we'll deal with the bill. Refugee is fearing persecution for race, religion, nationality, etc., and establishing fundamental principles. Primarily, this means Lincoln word, non-refoulement. I trip up a couple of times when I was trying to say that, and I think I get it down. That's one word I need to remember.
Non-refoulement.
Oh, non-refoulement.
That's word.
Non-refoulement. That means no forced return to danger and minimum rights, housing, work, and education. Right? Key aspects of the convention found in Article 1 of the convention, the definition of a refugee. Okay? And then the word non-refoulement. See, I can say refoulement. He can say that. I am gonna cuss it. Right? So, that right there, what I read, you can find that in section 2 and 3 of this asylum bill. So, I send you straight there before I get into the bill. So, what's in the bill is part of the treaties already. They just now putting in the bill, and I can show you all where to go for that particular section, section 2 and section 3. Now, let me read something else. Rights and standards, UNHCR role, and the Refugee Agency, UNHCR, and core principle. Listen to the rights and standards. Outline basic rights, including access to housing, work, education, and public relief, ensuring dignity and independence. The 1967 protocol removed time. The 1967 protocol removed time. Pre-1951. Retroactive. So, when this bill passed, this can kick in with the bill, and everything can go retroactive. So that means the bill is stand from the day. Every action from independence. Oh, you getting it? Retroactive. So all the new people who come on board, they can now apply for asylum, but I'm moving too fast. Hold on. Pre-1951. Sorry, that's the part of the treaty. Okay. The UNHCR role. The UNHCR agency acts as the guardian, promoting the convention and helping countries incorporate it into national law. The UN is the guardian, right? The fellow in charge. And he's beating and forcing countries, put it in there, not international, national law. See, if this don't go in our national law, it ain't gonna have no teeth, it's not binding. This is why they're pushing this now to go in our national law, to give the international law credence. Why? Because we are an independent country. Here's the problem they are facing. The Constitution is the supreme law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Subject to the provision of this Constitution, if any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution, the Constitution shall prevail, and the other law, to the extent of its inconsistency, is void. The treaties what the governments and administration sign are null and void because it's not consistent with the Constitution. Now, why is that? That's right. We have a bicameral administration, form of government, 2 chambers, Parliament, the House and the Senate. Article 52 of the Constitution says only Parliament could make laws. Okay? That's why Parliament got to pass this. Them fellas signing document, Fred Mitchell, yeah, man, I can sign it. That means nothing. All the ministers of foreign affairs who don't sign this mess, that don't mean nothing. That's why every time you pull up the file on the UN, they want to know when you all can implement this law. See what I'm saying? It's a constitutional monarchy. I'm sorry, this one ain't got to go to a referendum because they doing this through the Immigration Act. They could use statute law. It's not entrenched. Okay? Now, core principles. Non-discrimination. Refugees must be treated without discrimination based on race, religion, or origin. Non-penalization. Refugees should not be penalized for illegal entry if coming directly from a threat. All this is a part of the treaties. But you have to go dig this up, right? State obligation. This us now. Protocol state details the duties of signatory countries to protect refugees and provide assistance. Now, I'm going to tell you where you can find that. rights and standards of the 1951 Convention Protocol can be found in section 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 21 of this asylum bill. Yeah. Okay? I guess I'm reading you the treaty.
What asylum bill? I thought it's a smuggling bill.
There's asylum bill. Maria, behave yourself.
Maria, catch up. Say no smuggling bill. It's an asylum bill.
They say it's a smuggling bill, don't they,
They
good?
lie.
Smuggling of migrants in 2025.
Be no better.
Yes.
Be no better. Okay? And so,
Oh,
the
okay.
treaties that I already read to you, it is now in this asylum bill. So Ryan Pinder, I'm talking for my man, just no asylum bill. Okay, so why do you, I go check what I told you. Fact check me. That's all. I ain't got time to argue no more. I got the Constitution. Okay? I ain't got time to argue with y'all no. There's a bunch of constitutional illiterates in Parliament. I tell you, everyone got peons and gophers.
Yeah.
Right? Boy laying on their back, laying on their belly. Okay? And when they done sign document, and then do their nastiness, they go sign stuff. Now I ain't call no name and I say that. Call names earlier, but for that, you all hear me call your name. Gotta put it on record. All right. In 1967, the UNHCR made the protocol retroactive. That's what I just told you. This is a genocide. And if it is allowed, it would wipe out the Bahamian people.
Yes, yes.
This bill would supersede the 1967 Immigration Act and the 1927 Penal Code. You know where you can find that? Section 35 of this bill.
Wow.
That's why I assumed Maria that she was talking. Section 35, it suspends the Immigration Act. With migration, I can get to that. Show you. Ryan Pinder, I mean, know what the hell when they say. This make me so mad. And see, y'all is wonder why it's run on, right? When you know stuff, and you see these fellas doing stuff and taking you as a donkey, it is border. You see, I grew up in the ghetto. I grew up in the rural. St. Barnabas, that's where I grew up. I grew up in Kerwa and Skiva, there, across the road, Yellow Yellow. I grew up around gangsters. I know gangsterism. I followed them from afar off, but these fellas can't fool me. They go on to college, but that's all they got. I know the streets. I know when I get to swing. Yeah, that's still on there. It's 2,500. The UNHCR, so I told you section 35. The UNHCR role, what I just read, you can find that in section 30, that thing with the Guardian. That is in section 30 of this bill. All this in the treaty what I read. They put it in the bill. Asylum still. Don't mind them. Core principles that I read, you can find in section 2, subsection 1A, section 11, and section 17 of this bill. This is asylum bill. Treaties I just read in this bill. You just got to know how to type it. We can do that tonight. Non-discrimination, rights and protection. Access to asylum. This is the UNHCR now. Treaty. Implicitly, states must provide protection for hosts meeting the definition. For those, meeting the definition. Say states have to provide asylum for those meeting the definition. Basic standard rights to housing. So they mentioned this the other day out there. Gotta give them free housing and stuff. They ain't got it in the bill, but in the treaty. But then the bill passed, the free housing he talked about to kick in. Public relief and social security, NIB. NIB.
I just want to pause you right now. In fact, the same Ryan Pinder, he had previously said that the problem with the asylum bill that the FNM was bringing, as he said in 2022, is that we're going to have, the Bahamas is going to have to provide housing, shelter, medical, education, all that stuff for these people. All right, Google it quick. I'm gonna put it on the screen for you all. But Google it. Ryan himself said it, and now they came back to do it.
UNHCR role, that's the UN. Guardian, UNHCR protects the convention and protocol, helping translate them into national laws. See that again? That's their role, right? Guidance provides handbooks and guidelines for implementation of the convention. So today's administration get all kind of handbook and thing. We're trying to lead them now, but they mix up, right? Access to asylum can be found in section 30 of this asylum bill. Access to it. Freedom of religion and movement, section 3 of this bill. UNHCR role, all 37 sections of the asylum bill has their role. They own this bill. Okay, this is what they're putting on us. The Bahamas was made a signatory in 1993, right? And I think that was on Ingram. Yeah, because Ingram came in 92. Yeah. Right? And but we never put nothing into law. Right? It was never codified into law. That's why they keep nagging us. Now, let me read something, then I'm going to go into the bill. This is one of the agreements the Bahamas made. The Bahamas made agreement with the convention and its 1967 protocol agrees to international standards for refugee protection. Working with UNHCR governing body, sharing data and processing asylum claims via status determination RSD, while it lacks comprehensive domestic asylum legislation. This is what the UN saying now. We lack that. It has agreements for the expedited removal of irregular migrants, especially from Cuba and Haiti. We done signed to expedite Cubans and Haiti and Haitians from Haiti in the treaty. Y'all understand? Expedite. So now you don't sign the expedite them. You think you plan on deport? No. They don't sign it. Why do you think the Prime Minister pulling up the airport with 4 flights a week? And all them private airlines coming in? Why do you think? They don't sign to expedite. They ain't planning on sending these people back. Nah. interpretation in the bill. Conveyance means a method of transporting goods and people by land, water, and air. As I continue to read the bill, you all would realize that most of this is focusing on vessels on sea. But a conveyance is land, water, or air. The Prime Minister bringing them in. Once they time up, this bill passed, they can claim asylum because they're from a troublesome state. Haiti been around 221 years. Too long. Okay? So that's the air, land, and sea. Right? Then the non-refoulement. Non-refoulement. That's all I got you for.
Refoulement.
Refoulement.
They take us for fools. Non-refoulement.
Section 8. Subsection 8. The migrant's life of freedom would be threatened on account of race, religion, nationality, membership, or a particular social group or political opinion in accordance with the 1957 Convention relating to the status of refugee. All right, so the migrant life is threatened. He isn't fair. I come over here. I in the detention center as a Haitian. The Haitian consulate come there. I say, man, I'm scared to go back Haiti because that's the part of gang. Barbecue might try kill me. That's grounds for me to stay. They can come up with a story like that. That's 13 million people that tell that same story because that's a war zone. That's Haiti. The world understands that all of them could qualify for asylum. Right? That's 25 protocol against smuggling land, sea and air, United Nations Convention against Transorganized Crime. So the air, land, and sea down in the treaty. Well, if you read this, you only hear but the sea. So let me explain that. You see how Mr. Bain reported the other day that they found some men in Ruby George's car with fake this and fake license plate. If they arrest for them and they time up, they get them to the detention center, they can apply for asylum because the conveyance, what I just read, say you air, land, and sea, they on land in a car. Yes. Wow. It ain't just the boat. It's air, land, and sea. So when the police pull them over now and they arrest them and they time up, ain't no more deportation. They gotta get them to detention and they gotta call the consular without delay. So before you deport me, I gotta talk to the Haitian consular. He can then write one quick form up, notarize it, saying you're applying for asylum. He can then send that to the minister. The minister got to send that, ensure that that don't reach the UNHCR. See what they're trying to do? That? Yeah.
And we have to provide them with legal aid.
Yes.
Free.
Smuggling of migrants or smuggling of a migrant means to obtain directly, indirectly, a financial or other material benefit for protecting the illegal entry or illegal landing of a person. When you overstay and you got them fake documents. Smuggling, there's a difference between smuggling and trafficking. Smuggling, you got my consent and I pay you. That makes you an accomplice.
Right.
Trafficking is you kidnap me like the transatlantic slave trade through the Middle Passage. Then you deserve asylum. They traffic. If I pay you with my consent, you ain't qualified for no asylum. You come over here for education or work. Free movement. You was enforced. And in fact, if they got a problem, the problem in Haiti only in Port-au-Prince. You could go to Cave Haitian or Port-au-Prince. Just again, they running on us. Right? But we expose them. Right? The emperor now has no clothes on now. Section 3. Application of the act. The act shall be interpreted and applied in a way that A is not discriminatory and upholds the protection and fundamental rights and freedoms of the individuals under the Constitution of the Bahamas. See how they slip in the Constitution? Yeah. B is consistent with the principle of non-refoulement. So, under the Constitution, everyone who is in Commonwealth of the Bahamas has rights, not only Bahamians. Understand that, right? They are trying to implement Chapter 3 of the Constitution, which deals with fundamental rights, Article 15 to 31. And they're trying to entrench these people, right? Not so much in the Constitution, but entrench them to stay there because they say it's consistent with the principle of non-refoulement. So yeah, it connects. When they come in here, and you don't charge them, like the deputy said, right? They ain't committing no crime. I commit no crime. So I'm not a criminal. But I just came from a state where I am in fear for my life. My individual rights and my freedom, according if this implemented, the non-refoulement now kicks in. Right. Because I'm no longer a criminal. I'm a regular citizen. And if the bill passed, you can't send the Haitians back home. Forget deportation. Right. Let me say that again. That's why they ain't charging the migrant. They ain't charging the migrant. So the migrant will have a criminal history. You can deport anyone with a criminal history. If the migrant does not have a criminal history in this bill passed, then it's consistent with Chapter 3 of the Constitution with their fundamental rights. They have added to this bill non-refoulement, prohibited from sending them back home. You can't deport Haitians no more if this bill passes. Obedience. Don't let this asylum bill pass. You got to tell it like Fred Smith them. They're riots. Loopholes. Like I always tell people, Fred Smith never won a citizenship case. Never. Check the record. He waits Chapter 3 individual rights. That's his fishing ground. Arbitrary arrest and detention, Article 19. But when it comes to citizenship, he can't do nothing with Article 7. The Jermaine Rudy Hicks already proved that. From then he gonna acquire them citizenship. Because the Privy Council didn't give Jermaine Rudy citizenship. Why? Because he did not apply in time. We didn't even get to the renouncing at that level. They didn't need to mention that. Jermaine Rudy never even left the Privy Council with a wait permit. Well, the argument in the court, the Hilton case in the Supreme Court assumed that he was, and that his birth certificate was in the Bahamas. You could go ahead. You could go ahead.
And never found any record of being born in the Bahamas. His first encounter with PMH was at the age of 12. His mother's first twice. He came in first in the 80s, was discharged, came back the second time in 2013 and died. No record of her ever having any children in the Bahamas.
Thanks for the information. I'm in agreement with you. Be on the same page. The point I'm trying to make legally in the courts, it is presumed based on the evidence that he was born. So what I'm trying to say, that they had ruled based on the assumption that he was born in the Bahamas. Now your point is correct. I'm glad I heard that. There we go. But the courts, yes, the courts assumed that he was born in the Bahamas, even the Privy Council. Because when they dealt with this matter, they went straight to Article 7 of the Constitution to litigate that matter. All right? Casey Poole and Caleb Green Smith represented the respondent. Fred Smith and Fitzgerald from Harvey, the chambers, represented the appellant, Jane Rooney. But he never came back there with citizenship. And so they want those people to be entrenched so that you don't deport them. Article 24, freedom of association. Article 30 would kick in. Freedom of association for them would kick in. Article 24 and Articles 25, freedom of movement would kick in. So you wouldn't be able to stop them because they aren't criminals. And then the statute law would have already adopted non-refoulement, which is not inconsistent with the Constitution, because Article 52 says Parliament may make laws. There's nothing in the Constitution that does not stop Parliament from making that particular law, as I know. I could be dead wrong. I wish I'm wrong. There's one time I wish I wrong.
Yeah.
Okay? But the Parliament can make the law. That's why we got to deal with the fellas in Parliament.
That's right.
Now, C accounts for the special needs of smuggled migrants, and particularly women and children, and other migrants with special needs. This act shall apply to all forms of smuggling of migrants, whether the smuggling of migrants relate to organized crime or group, so large or small. That's what this deal with. Section 5, garbage. I wouldn't even address that. All that is fluff. That making you believe they're trying to prosecute someone. That's fluff. Fraudulent travel and identity documents, it explains what that is. I don't have to deal with that. Enabling illegal stay of smuggled migrants. I don't have to deal with that. Let me show you what I have to deal with. Fast forward. Section 11 of this asylum bill. Immunity from the prosecution of smuggled migrants. That's what the deputy spoke to. Without prejudice to the applicability of any other law establishing criminal offense, a smuggled migrant should not be liable to criminal prosecution under this act in respect of A, illegal entry into the country or receiving country or transit country. B, remaining illegally in the receiving country or transit country. C, possessing of fraudulent travel and identity document. Jesus, man. People come with false papers and they get charged. You hear the Bahamas? So the Davis administration could put your false passport. Once you catch them, they ain't getting charged. So you go against the court or against the Davis government or the immigration department. You got to first charge the perpetrator, but the perpetrator is not being charged. Boy. West such act is a direct consequence of the smuggling of the migrant alleged to have been committed or found to have been committed by court, and the migrant is a victim of the criminal conduct prohibited under that part. So you're now turning a criminal into a victim. Turning a criminal into a victim. Okay, why you all release all those people in prison? They victims. Yeah, they did a crime, but they did it for a reason. So they are victims of the crime. What did you give an amnesty and pardon to them? So what happened to all the babies who did wrong? What happened to us?
While you're drinking that water, I can give you another analogy to make you understand it. That's like saying you're only gonna lock up drug dealers, not people who are actually get caught with drugs. So if you get caught with drugs, you're straight, because we only want the drug dealers. All right? That's what this is tantamount to. So if you got a bag of marijuana in your house, they can say, okay, no, we don't want you, we want the drug dealer. So you can't get charged with that. That makes no sense. Something I also want to look at while we're here. I don't think people get this. Do you know what asylum means? Asylum means that anyone from Haiti or wherever can come here, they claim asylum, and now they're their
family is
family is
also
also entitled to
entitled
that. Their wife,
their wife,
their children,
children,
some entities their
some
parents.
entities their parents.
All right.
All
So
right.
only
So
one gotta come on the
one
boat,
gotta come on the boat,
and then once they come
and
here
then once they
clean,
come here
they can
claim,
send for the
they can
rest
send
on
for
the
the
fleet.
rest.
That's what they say.
That's what they saying to you.
That's the rules.
That's the rules.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Treaty.
The treaties.
What they put in it. But once you pass, the treaty kick in. Okay, payments. Section 12. Duties of master captain or agents of a conveyance. A master captain or agent of a conveyance. See, they use that word conveyance. You gotta look them things up. Like before them. Conveyance means boat. But you would think, how they language this, you would think it's just a boat. Conveyance who failed to verify and every passenger on the conveyance possessed the relevant identity. See, they say in the conveyance, in the thing, but in you can think in the plane, in the car. When you think on the boat, you see? Just in and on the same word. Now people just thinking boat. Identity and travel documents required to enter into the Bahamas. Commits an offense and liable to some conviction in the fine of not exceeding $100,000. A master captain or agent of a conveyance who fails to notify the competent authorities that a person has attempted to travel or has traveled on a conveyance without identity and travel documents required to enter the Bahamas commits an offense, and in addition to any other penalty provided in any other regional is liable for summary of conviction to a fine not exceeding $150,000. He has the caveat. A master captain or agent of a conveyance is not liable to a fine under this section if he believes on reasonable grounds, anecdotal evidence, which in court will become prima facie evidence, because it will be the truth until proven otherwise. Now, if I give you my testimony, my truth, how the government can bring a prosecutor to challenge that they was not in the vehicle at the time? So the new board, the fellas that need to pay no money here. The migrants can come in free, and the boat captain, and the fellas who drive Louis Georgia car, and the pilot, all of them is not free. Don't believe me, get the bill and read it yourself. I say, Lagos, I only analyze. I don't know. When I was a paralegal, let me put it like that. You know, it's my teacher, Jesus Christ and him crucified. I got the best lawyer. It's paralegal. My classes be 2 or 3 in the morning when everyone's sleeping. He be talking to me. They can't outsmart me. I tell you that. If I was in Parliament, I'd make all the Ryan Pinder them sit down. Practicing dumbness. Now, if we believe on reasonable grounds that the identity and travel documents presented by the passenger were the identity and travel documents required for lawful entry to Bahamas, it's what he believes, what a fool believes. So, when you arrest the felon and give him the car, he yellow like Fred Smith. Fred Smith all up $2 bills, one fake, one good. Fred Smith said, which one of these read? He pointed to the fake one. He wrong, that's what he believes. Now, how the government can challenge that? He know ID. He know ID to say he know what a passport looks like. And it's right. He's a boat captain or car driver or pilot. He cannot authenticate a document. It's what he believes. You can never charge that government to make you pay money on that. If I was a defense lawyer, I'd walk to the court with me and him. And then he'd come to the court with asylum.
And sue the government.
For practicing dumbness, taking our taxpayers' money. B, the passenger presented the required identification and travel documents for lawful travel entry into the Bahamas when boarding the conveyance to the Bahamas. So he looked at the document, he said, "Are they diligent?" C, the entry into the Bahamas resulted from a rescue at sea or circumstances beyond the control of the master captain or agent. See, they try and keep this language and make you think it's a boat. So listen, if I was a fella smuggling people, and I see the Defense Force or US Coast Guard coming, I can shoot the engine. I can disable the boat. And I can get off his one. The entry into the Bahamas resulted from a rescue at sea. I needed to be rescued. All circumstances beyond my control. I have no more control of the boat because the engine blew. I'm drifting. Captain of agents. Loophole. He don't want to pay no money. These fellas joking. They sit down and devise this on the payment people. All right? D. The passenger transport. Remember now, a master captain or agent of a conveyance is not liable to a fine. That's what we're dealing with. So they give them 4 ways to slip with paying that money. It's the last one. The passenger transporter is provided protection against refoulement. Or is provided access to asylum. So you get one passenger on that boat or in your plane trying to apply for asylum or non-refoulement, you can't charge the driver or the agent. Just do exam. Wow. You don't get it? Yeah. Like him say, unbelievable. You know when you get charged, I can shoot my engine. Let me break this down to you. Like myself. We plan to rob the bank. And back to making the migrant smuggler a victim. Right? My children need food. I just lost my job. I got injured. Everyone hungry. Children crying. Dog barking. I go in supermarket. I go in food store. I steal. Rice, corned beef and Kool-Aid. I got caught. I get locked up and dog food get dog and I get locked up. It's a victim, man. Yeah. It's a victim. Because I did it because my family hungry. So why you don't drop the charges on me? Drop the night check. Double standards. You know must be so victims of circumstance. Another case. A mortgage behind. Accounting non-accrual. The bank then send the surveyor to measure everything they get ready to repossess my house. I say, Lincoln, I need help. I say, what do we do, bro? I say, I know this bill now. I just say, hypothetically. I say, what we can do? Let's go rob. We need to rob Scotia. Royal can identify. Rob Scotia go payroll. I say, Lincoln, what I want you. And when you drive the car. I can go hold the tail. Him? Yeah, but see outside the car. I taking the risk because I got But under this bill, Lincoln to get charged. Because he drives the car. You hold up the tail. I can walk free. Under this bill. The driver, the pilot, the captain, the agent, the fellow in the car. These are the culprits. I robbed the bank. I can tell him I need the car. This bill, he getting charged. I got free. What fools that they think we are. So no fine. Third thing, fast forward. Facilitating entry or stay for justice process. The minister may grant a temporary resident permit. How we know that temporary resident? Some people have temporary permit from 73. We know that's what you're about. Right? Temporary resident permit. Right? That's the minister. Let's go to section 21. Access to consular officials from smuggled agents and migrants. 21.1. It's a 37. We got the 3 or 4 when I'm finished. Where a smuggled migrant is arrested or detained, the arresting or detaining authority shall, without delay, inform the smuggled migrant of his rights to communicate with the consular officer. That same Haitian ambassador they get swearing. Without delay, you gotta make sure he contact him so he can make up them asylum paper, notarize it, and hurry send that to the UNHCR. This nigga said, "Brother, gee, what it's a game." You know what I'm saying? Street talk, it's a game. They're giving us. Right? It's in the law. Right? And I'm codifying it to show you how they thought about it and every step of the way. So you will call the consular. He go do that, right? Inform the smuggled migrant, the consular officer, and all reasonable steps shall be taken by the arresting or detaining authority to facilitate communication between the smuggled migrant and the consular. You got to do whatever you could to make sure he reached the Haitian embassy before he even talked with the court. So they put that in the law, so you can't deport until, so I'm saying, process, right? Where the smuggled migrant expresses interest in communicating with the consular officer, the arresting and detaining authority shall notify the relevant consular officer that a national of the state is arrested and detained. So you got to go tell Haitian embassy. Provided to the consular officer the location where the smuggled immigrant is being held and facilitate communication between the relevant consular officer and the smuggled migrant. I tell you, he can go rush in that fake paper. In this case, because they can done paper to be fake. And then he can make up the asylum claim, seal it, stamp it, notarize it, so it becomes official, and it's passed on to the UNHCR. Boom. Now. 28. Operational framework for measures at sea. See, they mentioned measures at sea. They say nothing but land on air. They trying to keep you believing you could only deal with this in the sea. But smart lawyers, you see what I see. Conveyance, air, land, or sea. You can't love noise enough no more, right, man. You know what they'll do? They'll come illegally on Congress there, lost their documents. And then they're arrested, they can say that we came in on one boat. Claim asylum. You ain't got no proof that they come through the airport. They ain't got no passport, no nothing. But you never catch the boat. But because they claim asylum from the boat, how you can prove they come on the boat? One, a measure taken at sea under this part shall be carried out only by ships or aircraft operated by the Bahamas Customs Defense Force, Police Force, or Coast Guard of a protocol state who signed the treaty. That clearly marked and identified. I want to go to E. Ensure that the measures taken are complying with human rights, with the human rights of migrants and humanitarian obligations toward migrants, including the rights of migrants to leave a country, the right to seek asylum. It's in the bill. Not one place, 3 or 4 places. To seek international protection and the right to pursue the protection of non-refoulement. That will now become a right. Can't send me back. You can't send the Haitians home. That's what Roy Davis, Ryan Pinder, and that parliament will pass on the million people. You gotta get rid of these fellas, man. They garbage juice. You got to get rid of them. This is what they doing us. Oh, but there's more. Ensure not to endanger the security of the vessel and cargo. So they can't even damage the Haitian boat. Wow. G. Ensure that ensure that the commercial or legal interests of the flag state or any other interested state are not prejudiced, and H. Ensure within available means that the measures taken regarding the vessel is environmentally sound. They can't damage the boat, man. This guy is free. Haitian coming on free. The Haitian driver coming on free. And it come to the point, then Coast Guard or immigration, customs, defense force pull up. He known as the captain. Everyone starts saying, no time English. You don't even know who the captain is. And all of them apply for side. That's the game. You don't even know the captain is because no one got admit to being the captain. So there will be no fine. So they ain't have to go to court. They don't care where the ring go. They own free now. That's low Google. 3 more, we close. Refer to migrants with specific protection needs. That's section 3. In performing functions under this part, the minister shall ensure that the smuggled migrants seeking asylum for international protection under the convention relating to status of refugee or international law are quickly referred to the appropriate authority. You know the appropriate authority is the guardian. You know what that is? Not the national guardian, the UNHCR. They got to ensure have to happen. That's what that means, right? It's like must. That's an imperative. Okay? 2, the minister shall ensure that the office of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees is given the necessary access to smuggled migrants who are seeking asylum. But they say this ain't no asylum. That's what they say. That's what they say. But we know better. Protection of smuggled migrants. That's 33.
Return process.
In the return process.
The minister shall ensure
the plan or actual
bench of the smuggled
migrants is consistent with international laws, refugee laws,
humanitarian laws,
as well as the rights of them under the Constitution. So see where they die, chapter 3 of the Constitution back in with fundamental rights.
They put that in here.
They put that in here to try and trench the people.
Okay? 34.
Okay? 34. Protection of existing legal arrangements for smuggling migrants.
Nothing in this part
or remedy afforded or available to a person who is the victim of an offense related to the smuggling of migrants. That's the people who come on the boat, the Haitian woman and their children. All of them. A. Another law or obligation under a bilateral or multilateral treaty or under a bilateral or multilateral operational agreement. There is the treaties when they sign all over the world. Once this passed, all the treaties come into force. They mention treaties now under bilateral and multilateral agreements.
I just want to stop you there. I don't want a person to confuse victims with, who are smuggled with trafficked victims. Those are 2 different scenarios. That's 2 different crimes and situations. This has nothing to do with trafficking of persons. In fact, other countries that put in place similar laws, Pakistan, even the UK, some European countries, they reference trafficking as they were talking there. They said what trafficking victims was and differentiated them from smuggled persons. Okay? So don't make them cause you to think that they could somehow be talking about victims who were trafficked, like a woman who might be kidnapped for sex trafficking, etc. Has nothing to do with this. All right? This is only about smuggled persons. Go ahead.
Last section, section 35. Let's finish this and you take it back. Section 35, and I'm done. Prevailing law. I want you all to listen to this. We are right into talking foolishness. But the Immigration Act is still being enforced.
Sir, repeat it.
So they having feedback. They say they listen some of your information, they get the feedback.
Press mute right there, please. That's it first. Press mute. Let me help you. Got it? Okay.
You back up?
Yeah, go
What
ahead.
part did they miss? They want me to repeat something or we go? Just keep on. Okay. Section 35, prevailing law. 35.1. Listen to this. The provisions of this act shall be in addition to and not in derogation of the provisions of the other written law relating to smuggling of migrants. Okay, they say, all right. It ain't gonna be in derogation to the 1967 Immigration Act. Remember now, we had this act before independence. We became independent July 10, 1973. These fellas getting rid of a British colony law. When we were Bahama Islands to sue these people. Yes. Section 35, prevailing law. To sue these people. That's what they're doing. Listen to 2. In the event of a conflict or inconsistency between the provisions of this act and those of other written laws, the Penal Code of January 1927, the 1967 Immigration Act, if, let me repeat that, in the event of a conflict or inconsistency between the provisions of this act and those of other written laws, the provisions of this act shall prevail. You missing out the Constitution. Yeah, but they can't supersede that. That's the supreme law. Thank you very much. They can't do nothing with that. I can finish this right now. Act shall prevail, and the conflicting or inconsistent provision of the other written laws, the Penal Code for fraud and the Immigration Act, which deals with this matter, shall, to the extent of the conflict or inconsistency, be deemed to be suspended. Ain't no more immigration. Thank you very much. 67 law. Thank you very much. Then you suspend the law, man. Right up, Bahamas. Yes. Even the Penal Code. Even the Penal Code, which can charge the people with fraud. Thank you very much. Let me show you all that same language. I'm running a little hot right now. It is true. You are right. I normally quote it, right? I normally quote it, but let me read it. Let me read it for you. Let me read it for you. I'm now pulling up the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I know it verbatim, but let me chapter 1, article 2. Right? Blackmail, you on the right page. Article 2 of the Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Right here. And subject to the provision of this Constitution, if any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution, the Constitution shall prevail, and the other law, to the extent of its inconsistency, is void. They use the same language. That's right. With this bill. So they're saying if any law inconsistent with this asylum bill, as it relates to the Immigration Act of 67 or the Penal Code, it is suspended. Right. There is no immigration law for this migration under this bill. That's right. Tell Ryan Pinto them go sit his, you know what, Dan. That's right. That's right. Okay? I'm gonna run that game on us. Y'all can suspend the Penal Code for fraud. Y'all can suspend the 1967 Immigration Act for these Haitians. Y'all ain't serious, bro. Y'all ain't serious. That don't make y'all mad? Yes. These people suspending our laws. So they use the same language as the Constitution. You're lying. They can do that without a referendum because the law that they are altering is an immigration law. That's ordinary statute. They can't put that in the Constitution. You need a referendum for citizenship. They can't put that in the Constitution. This is an immigration law which the Bahama Islands Parliament was privy to under self-governance. Remember now, the British was in charge of external governance, which includes citizenship, nationality, foreign affairs, and defense. But we had self-governance from 1964. The 67 Immigration Act, the government was able to operate with that. Citizenship has to do with entitlement and rights. Okay?
immigration have to do with movement of people. So the Bahama Island Parliament was able to pass an immigration law, and they could alter it. That's why they didn't say why they don't just alter it in the immigration law. But they suspending the immigration law and letting this take precedent to make sure them Haitians straight. Bahamas, I rest my case.
Y'all give him a round of applause. So I'm now going to open the floor to you if you have questions. Tens of thousands of people are watching this all over the world right now on all of our social media platforms. Most people are actually on YouTube right now. But they're watching this from all over the world. They go on YouTube, that's when they want to watch it on TV and see it good. They don't want to see it on their little phone. And so ask your questions or make your comment. How do you feel? Let the government hear from you. You see, they tease bills because they want to see your response. If you don't respond, then they go forward. If you do, then they pretend they was never really going to do that. They don't really know how that got leaked. That's a bunch of foolishness. And then they come back later. And so let your voice be heard. That's what we're here for. So that the government can hear that we're serious about this. Let me tell you something. I am so serious about this.
Me too.
I'm willing to go to that House of Assembly on any day that they think they're going to table this in our house and make sure that they know that we will not have that. All right? This one will end our nation as we know it. 15 million Cubans next door. 15 million Haitians down south. 3+ million Jamaicans around the corner. 1 billion Chinese who can come in container ships. We want the status quo to remain the way it is, which means you have to come the right way. Don't transform our laws for nobody. For nobody. All right, so I'm going to open the floor now, and so you could just stand up and speak.
Let me say this one thing before the questions. This asylum bill, this here, this is a nuclear bomb for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Okay? The bomb is getting set to go off. The only individuals that can make this bomb go off is the Parliament. The Parliament is the enriched uranium, 235. Or if you're using plutonium, it's Pu 239. That's what this bill is. The members of Parliament, they is the uranium, the enriched uranium, to give this country away. Talk to your members of Parliament. Okay? Thank you.
All right, the floor is open. I won't stand, but I would just add to what you all had to say. This is not only a silent bill, but this is a bill that is going to, what the PLF and MP or the PLP or whoever trying to do is bring in votes. I want them to understand that because they're famous for that. Registering foreigners to vote in our elections. So these numbers are what they're trying to inflate and bring positions in now and watch the timing. And how we say the PLP and the AFNM work together, the AFNM did the same thing. Was trying to bring in votes. So this is not only about asylum and smuggling, but it's about votes. They understand that Bahamians are waking up. The Bahamians are tired of them. So now they try to bring persons in who are now belonging to them and loyal to them. Right? I won't be surprised if they blackmail these persons with passports or citizenship in order to vote. And to vote their way. So we gotta wake up. It's a serious situation. This is more than just a smuggling bill or asylum bill. This is all about bringing in votes. All right, to stay in power. This is how desperate they were inside the last by-election. The amount of money they spent because they couldn't afford to lose the seat.
Think about it. Had the PLP lost that by election to any party, they still would have had the majority. But they still couldn't afford to lose the seat. So they spent billions by election. Taxpayers' money. So we gotta understand this is not about election. This is what they do around this time. Either they put the fear of immigration in the people, or they bring the people in to vote.
All right. All right, thank you so much. Next person. Normally we'll open up for calls from the public at wide, but I don't think that the audio will be good enough for us to hear it in here. So we're just gonna take from persons on the inside. Go ahead, because persons already calling.
Good evening, all. My name is Stephen McQueen. I'm the candidate for Nassau Village for the Coalition of Independence. Before I ask a question on behalf of another, I want to remind the Bahamian public of something that Fred Mitchell himself said. He asserted that the Bahamian population was on the decline, and that the only thing that was, my words, keeping the Bahamian population afloat was immigration. And so it is clear, and he said that we are not, our replacement numbers aren't happening fast enough. We're not having enough children. Not enough people are coming in to keep the nation going. And so I have said that the Bahamas government is on a replacement mission. They have admitted as much. And so we see that going on with the flights that come in and how that they're not concerned about dealing with the immigration issue. A question that was asked to me was, is there anything that can be done now to stop the government from moving forward with what they're trying to do, or to stop any flights that may be continuing to come in? And so people are concerned about what can be done now because they are afraid that come 2026 for the general election, we may already be in trouble with false documents, fraudulent Bahamian citizenship, and people are going to be committed, loyal to the government that gave them their citizenship. They will have that leverage over them. And so they're concerned that if something isn't done now, come 2026, it may be too late. So the question is, what, if anything, can be done now?
Vote COI.
That's right.
That's what can be done now. We protested, and there's news articles all over YouTube where you can see that. We went to the office of the Prime Minister, and we had other protests to force them. We had 10 points that we forced them to do, and one of them was to stop the flights from Haiti to the Bahamas, and another one of them was to stop the work permits. They obliged. The government did do that, but only for a short period of time. All right, they came right back. They didn't even tell the Bahamas when they brought it back, but they brought it back in a couple of weeks. All right, and so the pressure we have been putting on them forced their hands, but at the same time, they're the government, and they can do what they want. They control the police, they control the courts because they appoint the judges. They get what decision they want, basically. And so what we need to do is what Fred Smith is trying to do. Fred Smith is trying to put Pintard in there so he can get what he wants. We need to put a government in there that's going to look out for the Bahamian people. And so that's what the real plan is and what we need to do. That's all that can be done at this time. So anybody else?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening. We vote for governments to go there to make laws to benefit and better our lives, correct?
That's right.
Not to sabotage us, because that's what this basically is. You know, I got to thank the COI, Lincoln Bay, Mr. Lewis, who was given this document first, I believe, and Mr. Gardner, because he's done some extensive research that has revealed some serious truths. When you have countries with billions of people that could send 100,000 people here and claim amnesty on a plane,
Thank you.
we only have 200,000 adult voters, correct?
That's right.
So within 5 years, you could see people come from other countries, and it could be Canada, because they're having some turmoil, and they could say it's tough there for them. And you could see these persons run for government. You know where I'm going with this. So the country could have a government and a prime minister that looks nothing like how Bahamians look today. And you had mentioned with the Chinese and the US government.
Oh, yeah.
And we're talking communist China. We're not talking Bahamians of Chinese descent. They're two different people we're talking about.
That's right.
Do we want a communist Chinese House of Assembly?
Oh, yeah.
Because if you kick the can down the road, it could not turn out well. And I'm trying to watch what I say because they listen to every word.
Yes.
But if you understand and can read between the lines, this is the scariest thing that's ever happened in 52 years. This is the most egregious bill ever presented.
Yes.
And we only had the COI on Bay Street last week, Wednesday. Not one other party. And had nothing to do with parties. You saw the small group of people. That was the only people defending this country. And we can now see how bad they talked about the COI, but how devastating it was when you break it down. It's criable.
That's right.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Bahamas. Good evening, everybody. I actually saw a document a few years ago. I will not call the name of somebody that I know who has actually gotten that document of asylum. And this person is not from Haiti, by the way. So it's happening. It's happening. I've been getting a lot of visions lately of two angels with swords to the ground. And Nehemiah comes to my mind. We are in a Nehemiah state of affairs right now where we got to rebuild this wall, but we got to have the sword right there.
Thank you.
And the sword represents an offensive artillery. That means we have to get out there and work Bahamas.
Yes.
Not only to vote, you got to go in your constituencies. Well, first of all, register, please. For crying out loud, register. This ain't no time to be playing around, to be lazy, to wait. Wait on what? You have to work with your candidates to get out there, knock on doors, call people, and you got to work those polls. Because at the end of the day, that's probably the most important part of the process. You got to work the polls and you got to work your constituency. Stop talking about what you're going to do and get out there and do it. Because now you realize what these fine people are saying, our country will be gone.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? Twerk in the road? What are you going to do? You got to get out there and work. I love you.
All right, Bahamas. All right, you heard a lot tonight from my homeboy, my good friend, Black Mail, from my good friend, Lincoln Bain, from this gem of a lady, Maria Jackson. Now, what you gonna do? This upcoming general election, are you gonna vote these bastards out of parliament right now? Are you gonna take them out? Or are you gonna continue to do the same crap? Or do you love your children?
That's right.
Do you love your grandchildren? I keep saying this because that's my heart cry right now for my 8 children and my the grand that's coming out of those 8 children. Are you willing to sell your grandchildren and your children to these scumbags. Look here, I'm ready for war in this country, you know. I'm ready to fight for this country, you know. I'm ready to destroy for my grandchildren, my children. I'm sick and tired of these bastards that always, for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years on our necks. I'm tired of that. I woke up in this country about less than 5 years from these bastards being in there. 2021. That's when my eyes open up. The Lincoln, blackmail, and my good another good friend that I got in contact with, KCX, and I think many more. And when I found out who was running my country for decades, and it wasn't Bahamians, but look here, that most put up my blood pressure goes back to the flipping top. Then I found out that there were a bunch of scumbag Haitians running my parliament and running my country and running it down to hell. That's right. I couldn't believe that. That's right. And I did my own research when I heard Lincoln them I'm talking about these Haitians in parliament. I went in and I did my own research and found out that Minnis was a Haitian, Davis was a Haitian. We don't know, but that other scumbag, Mitchell is a Haitian. Ingram is, well, I respect, well, let me put it, I respect Ingram a little bit because of what he did. When he went in his first 5 years, he did a lot of stuff. But I heard that his wife there from Long Island pushed the pin in this and look, you better do something for this country. And I think that's why Ingram did what he did. But I'm angry as a Bahamian, born-bred Bahamian. Today, and these bastards, and I'm not afraid. Davis, I told you, come after me. Yes, sir. Don't send the police and the whole squad after. I want you to come to me. If you're brave, come to me. And I will show you what I'll do to you. I want to see you all your scumbags under the jail. I want to see you all. I was saying hang you all. Because of the treasonous acts that you all did to the Bahamian people in my country. I say now, I want you to go to jail with those hardcore criminals that want you all down in there. And I want you all to die under them fellas. That's how I picture you all. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I'm done with y'all guys. Because y'all did some treasonous acts to us. That's right. And Bahamians need to break up and get tired. Look here. These candidates here under the Coalition of Independence. I've been with them until they started. Godly men. Christians, you want this country to run by godly men and godly women? Well, here they are. Here they are. You want God's judgment to come down on you after this 5 years if you continue to put these demons in parliament and God's people right here to run the country? Look here. Get your eyes off of these thinking PLPs and these FNMCs, red and yellow and the black. Let's go for God's people. This is God's people now. We need it. We need a drastic change in this country this time. Because it ain't gonna be another time if y'all do the same mess. And if y'all do the same mess, y'all will suffer the consequences. Our children, they would be like in Jesus' day when Pontius, I think it was Pontius Pilate said, look here, I see no fault in this man. But the people, the religious people said, look here, do away with him. And if it so be, let the Christ be on our children and our children's children. And do you want that this election? Let the Christ be on our children and our children's children. Rebuke that. I go.
Good night, everybody. This is Kwame Brown, the candidate for Foxhill constituency. I just want to congratulate our newly candidates to the COI, and I just want to reiterate what was said about going into your constituency. The young man right over there, stand up, sir. Because some of y'all may not know how Foxhill is going, so I can kind of give you a little sight on how Foxhill is going. You'll have to put it on him. But the Foxhill people are now coming to reality.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Because in one section I went into in Foxhill, the Haitians got scared. Because you have some of the Haitians who are building up these huge apartments.
Yes.
And when I knocked on the door, when I opened the door, they all sitting on the floor. They thought I was immigration. All Haitians. One section of the corner we went to station. His corner particularly, when I went there, he could give you an example how the cars is stopped to me. Him right there is a witness. Somebody came to me and said, somebody didn't see me. I was through that corner, Gun Hill Road. But his corner I went through, which is next to that corner where you all say someone didn't see me, his corner right there is next to that same corner. And the cars just stop. The Foxhill people are tired, and they say, Fred Mitchell gotta go. And guess what? Do y'all ever see Fox campaigning since? Did y'all see any video since? No. None. Because the Foxhill people are tired. They locked me down. We couldn't have nowhere to go out on no park. Couldn't even go in the east nor the west. So somebody heard that Mr. Brown was trying to have something in Foxhill. So I can't say the area because they're gonna go in that area. Yeah. They called me in the area and say, you can have it over here. So I want to say to the Foxhill people, while you're listening, y'all heard about this Asylum's bill, what it means to us as a Bahamian people, that we have to make a change. So I want to say to you, when you go out to vote, vote COI. Yes. And I told all of my people, put on your shirt. Put on the COI shirt. We want to show the nation we come to take over, to build this country to what it needs to be. I want to close by this. We take our registry with us. And what I've noticed, a lot of people, a lot of Haitians in Foxhill came from different constituencies. I asked them which constituency you came from. But they think they coming in Foxhill to vote. When I pull out that registry, they shut the door. So we have now gotten together to put our team together. Each one of them, each section we have different groups. And each section of Foxhill, he can tell you. I want to encourage everyone in their constituency. Please make sure that you're registered. Make sure that you have everything together. Because if you don't, this country, we could end up losing it. And we don't want to lose this country. So I'm saying to you, may God bless us. Bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We'll be the next government. Change ain't coming. Change is here.
Good evening. I'm Charmaine Adley, the candidate for Golden Gates, Coalition of Independence. I am charged by the Lord because I sat there. I tried to do and say what he wants me to say. He's called me to be a minister of his gospel. So I have a word for this government and anybody else who's seeking to take away these islands from the Bahamian people. Thus says the Lord, let my people go. If the PLP or the FNM believe that the God of our parents is going to sit back when they serve him faithfully and do nothing about the cries of his people, they're sadly mistaken. I don't care who Christian council member, whoever politician has gone on and joined the Lord or whatever else they seek to join. The Hamans, we still have a card to play. We got to pull our trump card.
Yes.
Blessed is that nation.
Yes.
Whose God is the Lord.
Yes.
Don't lose heart. Don't lose your courage. It's time to ascend the Lord. From there we heaven, and I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. I call upon every Bahamian who declare that you serve the Lord Jesus Christ and you stand for him. I call upon all of you to remember this covenant and this promise and stand for this nation now. We have nowhere else to go. I understand that heaven is our home, but he said occupy till he comes. So this home will be going to occupy. And let me help everybody understand how I calculate maths. According to the kingdom of God, he said one will put 1,000 to flight. So, I saw something that's now on Facebook, someone calculating how much you got in Abaco and this place and in that. I have to laugh at you because you are foolish. So I'm going to call on the God of my salvation.
Yes.
I'm going to ask him to deliver us.
Yes.
We're going to repent. And we're going to stop being wicked.
Yes.
Especially in the church. That's why we're in this mess right now. We the people of God who we called for to stand in this hour, we have sell out to these people for filthy lucre. A bunch of big buildings and they are empty. We're supposed to be going after souls, but they're going after the little car, the little this, the little that. Running after these people for stupidness. And expecting nation not to go, be going to hell in a basket. I don't blame the sinners, I blame the saints.
Yes.
So what we can do is, they ain't got to be all, God look at Sodom and Gomorrah and say, if he could find 10 righteous. Sodom and Gomorrah would still be in here today. So I say to all of us and to all of you, Bahamians and all those who name the name of Christ, take heart. Take courage. Don't give up. Don't give up. We still got it. It's late, but it ain't too late. That's right. So let's take up our armor of prayer. Get on those knees and stop treating each other bad and pulling people down. Yes. That's the wicked way that happens in this situation. And so God letting the PLP and the FNM know, let my people know. I'm telling you all now, hear the word of the Lord today. Yes. Because you ain't counting it. All I like is, I don't mind being a zero. As long as I'm standing behind the one, I'm good.
So good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to share some things with you before we close out. I think Miss Adderley said, we hear people saying that the Bahamas is finished. The Bahamas gone. It's too late. Remember, God is the Word. Word is power. Word gives credence. As long as there are 3,000 against us, and we have at least 300.
Let's go.
300 standing. We
go.
are not lost at all. We are not lost at all. We must continue speaking truth to power.
Standing.
That's okay if they call you crazy. Not the only if they calling me on Facebook. Listen, that rolling off, like that just rolling off. People will normally reach out to me, you okay, you okay, you okay. They're more affected than I am. I was born for this particular time. I am telling my people, I am feel guilty for saying Christian constitution. If you are that, but when we say it, we are a divisive nation. They are trying to erase us from the face of this earth.
Thank you very much.
And they are trying to replace us. And in the our population is the smallest. What is one of the smallest? But guess what? We gonna stand. We gonna rise. We gonna show up for Parliament against both government, the PLP and the FNM, because all two of them are guilty. And all political officials, all persons who sit in seats of power in this country, you will get called out. And my fellow Bohemians, in order for us to change,
That's right.
we got to be able to call out our brother and our sister, our aunties and our uncles who are sitting in the seat of power. So if I decide to call out Mr. Bean, I don't want nobody come up around me. Oh, that's my cousin. That's my. If y'all have to call me out, call me out. The coalition's job is to put policies in place, our culture, our country, and our people. The same way they putting policies in place in our land to preserve another people. Now listen to me. The asylum bill is giving free medical, free housing, free education. Some things that are not in the bill they are already doing. But guess what? Vision 2030 is saying you can benefit from your natural resources. Free land, free housing. But they say we begging. But it's laws. We are giving it to someone else, but they are saying that we are begging. Remember, the Constitution is our insurance policy. That's our insurance policy. We are not selling a dream. We are trying to wake you up. So, my fellow Bahamians, they are going to attempt to pass this bill. When Mr. Bean blackmail Steve McKinney, make the call. Show up at Parliament. We are prepared to go all the way for our country. And when we say change isn't coming, change is here. That's just not words. Change is here. So my fellow Bahamians, get up. Stand up. Lift up your head to the rising sun. Bahamaland, march on to glory, because the new Bahamas is over the horizon. Thank you.
Before the next person comes up, she caused me one moving to Michael. Before the next person comes up, I wanna show you all what's happening while y'all sleeping. While y'all are sleeping, these people are building. Now the government is pretending to do demolitions. But what they're doing is finding houses for them, and as they find housing for them, then they're demolishing those houses. They're not doing demolitions like you think. All right, some of them they don't say nothing to them until afterwards, so they could be seen crying on the news. Oh, I don't know where to go. Then after the news leave, they say, okay, come you straight, just go to social services. They're pretending. This is happening right before our very eyes. All right, this is Abaco. They're on both sides of the Seaboot Highway. They have taken over. They're getting bigger and bigger, and they are building huge structures. for lots of them to live in. Lots of them. Look, these structures touching each other and all. This is what they are building. Massive houses. Look at all that shingle. Probably got it free through the Dorian stuff. Look at this. This is what is happening while Bahamians are concerned about PLP, F&M, red, yellow. You are being replaced.
That's right.
Your children's jobs are being taken. This is what is happening right now as we speak. Someone said to me, Lincoln, if you want to win, you gotta pander to the Haitians. Do what brave them doing and get them to love you. Otherwise, you ain't gonna be able to win. You can't be out there loving up on the Bahamians because then the Haitians gonna feel a certain type of way. But like I said, this to my Bahamian people, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. I don't have no obligation to love nobody else. And while I understand the concept of what they're saying, I want you to understand that right now is not too late. But if we lose this election, you hear how they say it now, oh, you got to go pander to them. Imagine what's going to happen after that.
That's right.
If they are so afraid now, imagine if we lose this election and all these people start flooding in. But with this asylum bill, it's not going to just be the Haitians. The Chinese could do the same thing.
That's right.
The Cubans could do the same thing. We last class in this country. They already treat us like last class, but there could be several ethnic groups that outnumber us easily. Majority rules. Majority rules. Remember, I keep telling you all that. Majority rules. And if majority put the PLP and FNM back in, they are voting to let this country be taken over. Because that is the agenda of both of them. It's that simple. And that's why we're doing this. But I didn't just come here to talk. I came here to educate the Bahamian people and to let you know that I plan to fight.
That's right.
I plan to take it to the House of Assembly. I plan to fight. This one can't pass. This is not like that numbers bill where they just ignored us and did what they wanted to do. That didn't have real catastrophic. I have some Bahamians who's gonna make some money illegally. Some criminals are gonna be made, legal. All right, it's still criminal because if you pay off a police to do what you're doing, it's still criminal. The government get paid off to legalize something that's still criminal technically. But that had certain effects. But the effect of this is that this country, as you know it, could be over.
That's right.
It's serious. This is not about PLP, FNM, COI. This is about a nation. And the thing is, we are going to be the only ones fighting for this nation while the PLP and FNM is fighting for themselves. But I call on all Bahamians, whatever your political persuasion, to wake up and to realize that for one time, we got to stick together. We got to stand together. I've taught you about what happened to the people in Fiji. They were caught up on their two parties. Caught up. And the Indians started to increase in their population. The Indians was the common people who used to do their yard and clean their house and take care of their babies. And in short order, those Indians' numbers started to creep up until the politicians start to pander to them the same way brave them doing. Every election, they pander to the Indians and then they get voted in until the Indians' population matched theirs. And everyone still concentrated on their two parties. And last minute, the Indians put forward their own candidate. The next thing, that candidate won. And then everyone said, oh my God, what just happened? They didn't even see that. That was ridiculous. That was like a Haitian man with a thick accent come and say he running for prime minister. And everyone laughing at him, where you think you going? That's what happened. Because they had the numbers. So it didn't matter his qualification, nothing. All they know is that's one of us. And they voted for him. And guess what happened after that? They started to give out all the natural resources, all the beachfront properties. Fiji got some beaches. They got to give out all the good stuff to the Indians back from home, because by then Indians started to be wealthy. And they started to give away everything to the Indians. And then the people were like, oh my God, what did we just do? And they had to have a coup d'etat. They had to overthrow the president. And guess what? They did it. And it worked. The people finally decided to come together for something. And they had a coup d'etat. And the international community sided with the Indians. You know why? Because majority rules. They said this man won fair and square. Those people are Fijians, not Indians. They got Fijian passport. You all let that happen. And so the Indian took back over. And then they had another coup d'etat. 2 in 1 year, 1987. They've had 4 coups because the Indians kept taking over. They had to defend their country by violence. I'm starting to think that the men in this nation are too soft to defend this country. And so I don't want it to have to get to that. Because I don't want to have to be out there with a few good men fighting for this country while everyone's scared. Let's not let it get to that. Let's do this the right way. Let's stand together. Let's unite as a people before it's too late. Because at the end of the day, we cannot let this country be taken over. These people are coming and they are bold. I see Chinese beating Bahamians in the street. I don't care if that Bahamian thief is Snickers.
Thank you very much.
You can't come in my country and beat no Bahamian in my street. That ain't happening. You call the police and you let the police deal with him. But I ain't having no foreigner beat no Bahamian in the street. Not while I alive. Your shop ain't business there in the first place. We let you have it there. Govern yourself in our country. Payments are being cut out of contracts and jobs, etc. Foreigners are going to the Prime Minister's office. Payments standing in line, watching the foreigners walk past them to go inside and come back out with contract. Right now, as we speak, and we run here shaking pump, red and yellow and blue pom pom. Pom poms. They seem like that big word. I got to pronounce that right, eh? But ladies and gentlemen, that's how serious this is. And so that's why we're doing this. And so the international community, the UN is watching this right now. The US government is watching this right now. The United Kingdom is watching this right now. The Bahamian government is watching this right now. And I just want to say to you that we are going to stand up for our nation. We are going to stand up as Bahamians in this nation. And we are not against immigration. We want people to come here, you know. But we just don't want them come here and take over. We are changing the paradigm. We ain't working for them. They come in to work for us. And so we can fix this country right now before it's too late. The many people might feel that it's too late. I don't think it's too late. You know why? Because I still breathing. And I can fight for this. I can't speak for nobody else, but I can fight for this. All right? And so we are going to make sure that we are vigilant. You know, Bill get in the house from now on without me knowing what's going on.
Thank you very much.
And I want to say to the Bahamian people, do you see how effective it was to have a COI in the House of Assembly to stop this bill? Imagine if there are more of us. Just imagine if there are more of us. And so if you want this country to operate properly, put us in there. Put us in there. Let us fix this. Some of you believe that we can't win the government, but you believe that we could win some seats. I believe we could win the government. But for those of you who feel we might only win some seats, don't you think that's a good thing? To have us in the house to keep them in check? All right? But we game for the whole hog. So, ladies and gentlemen, this bill is coming back in a different form. It's going to be shape-shifted again, and they're going to bring it back. They could hide certain acts in any bill. So I don't want y'all to think it have to be called that thing. They could be bringing an act talking about this a labor act, because that's one would coming next. And in the labor act, they could start talking about immigrants in it. All right? If you don't read the whole thing. They do that all the time around the world. That's how they sneak. That's Trojan bills. You have to look out for them. So they talking about a labor act is coming. Watch. And they can't do it now because I say it.
That's true.
But watch. They're going to try to find some way to get this in there. All right? So we got to be vigilant. Don't let them fool you. We're not our grandparents. We could read.
That's right.
We can understand. I don't care if they bring in a lollipop bill. We can read that. Because in that lollipop bill could be these asylum words. It don't have to be a whole bill called asylum bill. It could just be certain words. All right? Or it could be anything to point to the convention that makes it legal. Y'all, let's be vigilant, eh? Now, I want to say to my new candidates, let's get to work. Get on the ground, and let's go and take those constituencies. I believe that you are talented, gifted men. Welcome aboard. I'm honored to have you aboard. Let's go take this country.
That's right.
I want to come, Ukraine. You coming? 'Cause I didn't forget about you. Come. I want to say to all of you, all of our candidates, let's get on the ground. Let's get to work. Let's do what we have to do. I know you've been on the ground, but let's make ourselves visible and let's touch every door. That's how we're going to win this. Boots on the ground. Touch every door. Go ahead, Green.
Good evening, Bombers. I'm the small times candidate in the Coalition Independence. Reading that bill, I'm listening to all the comments. Sometimes I like to look at things instead of the glass half empty, half full. Things we know for sure are that. So we thank Aaron for bringing it to the attention of the leader and the party as a whole. But what I've come to understand just by reading that bill and listening to comments, we know that this FNLP, they really don't care about us or this country. We know they have plans that really don't really involve the Bahamian populace. We know that their intentions is to basically do away with the Bahamian people. We know that they don't really want the Bahamian people to have anything. That's why they continuously hoard our national resources. And we know that for 50 plus years now, the only thing that we have gotten from this government is pain, suffering, and heartache.
Yes.
In the form of taxes, burden, homelessness, suffering, tears, people sleeping in their vehicles on beaches. These are all the things that we've gotten from these governments. So the thing is now, what is it that we're going to do? I've been hearing a lot of people talking about what's going on and what's wrong. Yes, we know all these things. But what is it that we are going to do? Are we going to wait until they bring this bill back? Are we going to wait until they try, like how they would say, put it in a different form to, to bring to the people to try to sneak it in? Or are we going to take action now to ensure that the very thought of them bringing this bill back in any form is removed from their minds? I say we go with the latter. Yes. We have to move to ensure that things like this never happen in our country, because this doesn't only just affect us, True. This will affect generations of Bahamians. Thank you. This will affect our children, children. They will remember us, this generation. They will remember us, The question is now, what will they remember us for? Right. What are we now prepared to do to ensure that we erase the very thought of this bill out of their minds? Yeah. How are we going to act? What is it that we're going to do tomorrow to ensure that this bill is gone from their minds? Yeah. I watched a YouTube video with a Creole fellow, Haitian descent. We don't have nothing against them, I mean, if you really think about it, if you go into a country and you perceive the people to be weak, when you try to take it over, especially if the country is sufficient environment lends to you being able to reproduce, being able to support your family, that's maybe the way they feel now. I was watching a YouTube video with a Asian fellow. He goes about in Haiti and he takes, he posts a lot of YouTube videos about the different businesses and stuff. He came to the Bahamas. And he was quite naturally, he's Haitian, and people of Haitian, he's excited and saying how the Haitian people here are taking over. They are opening all the businesses, and doing a lot of nice things. Really pushing the Haitian agenda. There comes a time when we must decide whether or not their presence in this country is one of legitimate immigration purposes or whether it's an invasion. And how we determine that? When the people push an agenda that they are taking over, it's not immigration anymore. No. It's an invasion. Yes. It's not just an invasion of our space. It's an invasion of those unborn Bahamians. Yes. So what is it that we can do? We could say a lot of things. We could do a lot of complaining, but we must take a plan of action. We have to do something. We can't let it get to the point where these people, and it don't just have to be Haitian, it could be Chinese, whoever, person's coming in. What is it that we're going to do? What we can do? What is it that we're going to do? We have to do something. Complaining and talking about it is good. That's making people aware of what's going on. But what are we going to do? I was talking to a fellow the other day. The fellow is from South Andres. Just came up in a place from South Andres, and he was saying, "Oh, we gotta pray." So I said, it's good to pray, but there comes a time when you got to do something. There's nothing wrong with praying. Praying is good. It's good for the soul. But every time God wanted something done, you got a man of action, right? You got a man of action, right? Put a man of action in place to ensure things are done. So what is it that we are going to do? What are you, the Bahamian people, prepared to do to safeguard this country for your children? Thank you. Yeah.
All right. And with that, we gotta. You want to say something? Oh, I didn't see you standing behind that tree. You hiding behind that tree good. You slimmy.
Good evening. My name is Michael Lockhart. I'm not going to say much, but I'm going to be saying a lot. Pinewood Gardens, we have a great opportunity here. I saw a video before I came here to see if I saw a video. And I believe if you look at 2030, Mr. Lincoln Bain said something on 2030. And today, I believe Mr. Lincoln Bain has made President Trump the greatest president that America will ever see. President Trump signed a document for the American babies when they become age 18, some $700,000 will be on their account. Mr. Lincoln Bain, you have a great man right in front of you, Bahamian. Mr. Lincoln Bain, I consider this gentleman, I believe this man is a genius. Donald Trump is now, I believe, personally the greatest president because of the same man. That's all I have to say. Thank
you. Just so you understand what he's saying, they are now, when a child is born, going to put money into an endowment fund for them, and it will be multiplied with the stock market, and it will grow with the stock market. And the trend is that the stock market always grows over time. So even though it goes up and down, it goes up and down as it's going up. And that within 18 years, that money, they'll make some profit from that. And then a certain portion of it will go to that child. And that is also something I talked to his people about. And now you're hearing it. Is going to happen. We were talking about, I think, starting with $10,000. They are talking about 1,000. Of course, they got hundreds of millions of people, and they are able to trade that on a huge market to be able to multiply it to get it to where it needs to get. But that's the same concept that we discussed with them, and so now you're seeing it happen. So it is another great coincidence, or it's based on the conversation that I've been having with them. The things that I've been telling to you is all doable. This is real. We just need leaders with vision. And we need to stop running behind chicken and bear and $50 in a t-shirt. We can transform this nation. Every Bahamian child could be well taken care of by the time as they get 18. Everyone who retires in this country could retire well off. We will invest in Bahamian entrepreneurs because you, the Bahamian entrepreneurs, have the ideas to take this country forward, to build this country, not the politicians. Stop talking about asking the politician what he could do. I don't care what a politician is going to do with the park in the community. I don't care what he could do with the speed bumps. I care about those thousands of Bahamians who were born with a gift and they don't have the money or opportunity to bring that forward to this world. That's an abomination because God sent him with that gift. And it was our duty to nurture that young man or woman so that they can become all that they can be. Someone, again, from the international community sent for me. They want to have discussions about building this country. Again, with the most, what do you call him? The most creative man in the world and others. People are watching this all over the world, you know. They right here live watching this. And so I'm going to go have that conversation with them and we're going to continue to plan the new Bahamas. Because we can do this. I'm going to continue those conversations. I don't want foreign governments taking what I am saying and implementing it. I want our government doing it. Brave, why don't steal some of my ideas, man? Come on, man.
Are you serious? To benefit the Bahamian people, it would never happen like it.
Take some of these ideas. Don't let Trump take all.
don't love us that much.
And you know they're saying, oh, just no Trump idea, because he didn't do it in his first term, and no Americans even thought on that wavelength.
Yeah.
It had to be something that spurred that.
Yes.
And so we're going to continue to do what we're doing. And if Bahamians want to move forward in the new Bahamas, then let's go. But if you want, keep these backwards people who can't even build a hospital, can't even get good health care, can't get good education or nothing, then you keep going with them. But I'm ready for the new Bahamas. You all ready? Yes. All right. Well, we are gonna get there. We're almost there, and so we're gonna make it happen. So I want to thank all of you all for being here, being a part of the show. I want to congratulate again our new candidates, all of our candidates. Go out there, hit the street. Thank you to Aisha for hosting this, and thank you to Blackmail for. Wasn't Blackmail good?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
He did a very, very good job. And so Blackmail did a good job. And so we're going to continue to do what we have to do to take this Bahamas to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been COI Live. Thank you. If we call you this week, come. Because they have Monday, tomorrow, that they could table a bill, and Wednesday that they could table the bill. We heard that they may close the House of Assembly on Wednesday. All right? So we don't need them sneaking that in there. All right? So if Iram send me the message, I could be there. All right? And it could be a problem in this country. All right? So let's stay focused. Don't worry about the gossip and the people who paid to spread all kind of rumors and lies. Don't focus on that. Let's stay focused on the new Bahamas. Because listen, after this, they gotta attack me. All right? They might start attacking Iram now. Iram don't get in their way, but they might have to start attacking them. But something gotta give. All right? Well, we gotta end first, and then I'll talk to you. But ladies and gentlemen, we did 4 whole hours today, and so but I think this was worth it. I think we got to educate the Bahamian people, and we're gonna continue doing that. So God bless you. We love you. See you next time. You are dismissed. Hey,
Let me get you before you get the bum rush. If you are going to make it
the Saturday coming? Right, what time?
2 p.m.
Yeah, okay.
To see something to people that they just have no idea to be a small part of it. I'd love you to say something without putting it aside.
Yeah, I speak for almost every moment. I don't have but I can be there for that's my son's birthday. Yeah, man.
You know where they are, right?
Bible 2 minute, no, remind